preview. But obviously, we've got plenty of things to talk about coming out of SummerSlam. I've got a few notes and things that I've jotted down. As we said, normally WWE would put out a preview, would put something out for us to be able to talk about, get our teeth into. We've got this match, we've got that match, blah, 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 blah. We don't have anything like that. But obviously, there's been news today about Nick Aldis. So he is believed to be coming in, and he is going to be a producer. So he's coming in. We've also got news that Bobby Roode is expected to be a producer backstage as well. So looks like he's coming back, but he is unfortunately not going to be coming back in ring. Looks like for now, at least, he's going to be doing stuff behind the scenes. Obviously, we got Finn and Damian and Judgment Day. What's happening there? Definitely feels like Finn is going to be upset with Damian because that briefcase was slid in, and then, of course, Finn was curbed onto it. I think that very much so Finn is going to think that Damian did that to cost Finn. But the way it seemed to me was that Damian was just trying to help. He was trying to distract the ref. He was trying to slide the briefcase in so that Finn could grab it and use it. I know that's going to be Damian's defense, but we're easily going to get some out of this. Easily, this is the seed that's been planted for a potential split. What next for Gunther as well? Obviously, he's got past the challenge of Drew McIntyre. What next for Seth? Because it seems like his feud with Finn is done. So what next for Seth? Raquel and Rhea, we know that that is underway, and that is a feud that we're going to be visiting. We know that Becky and Trish is a feud that's underway. That's a feud we're going to be visiting. Are we getting any returns? Are we getting any NXT call-ups? There's still lots for us to throw around, debate, talk about, get our teeth into, and we will be doing that over the next couple of hours. And then the show will begin. We've started nice and early. Obviously, SummerSlam, the most viewed SummerSlam in WWE history. The most viewed SummerSlam. I mean, that is mental. The most viewed SummerSlam. So, yeah, huge, man, absolutely huge. Great numbers. Great. They're saying it's the highest grossing. I think the highest grossing event outside of WrestleManias. Which is just insane. So, like, from a viewership point of view, from a numbers point of view, like how much they made, sponsorships, all of that, they killed it. They killed it. It was exactly what they were hoping for. I know that the show quality is a little bit questionable. We've started to do something new on the second channel. I'm sure many of you have seen it. I'm going to do it actually tomorrow for tonight's show. That's where I've started to just call up the ups and downs from What Culture. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I think they make some interesting points. But equally, it's just a really good way of recapping the show. Like, we talk about a lot of stuff during the watch-along, and so it's just a really good way of kind of hitting some of the points that we've spoke about, maybe a few things that have come to mind after a good night's sleep. It's just a really good way, a good structure, a good basis for talking about the show, basically. So do we agree or disagree with those ups and downs? Did we think there was something else that should have been an up? Should there have been something else that was a down? It's just kind of, I'm finding it quite useful, just like bouncing off like something, an article, something. So yeah, we've done that. We did that for SummerSlam on the second channel. I think it's a really good video. Got some really good feedback from it. So and let's do that for Raw, NXT, SmackDown going forwards. Obviously, I can only do it once they release their article, which tends to be the next day. So that's something that I think could be quite consistent on the second channel going forwards. So definitely looking at that. You might have noticed we got more figure stuff coming onto this channel. Definitely looking at committing to that as well. I want to get more figure stuff on this channel. So the live streams, the recap videos, figure stuff, live reactions, this channel. The other channel is those kind of videos we do during the streams, like, oh my God, this has just happened. You need to know about this type videos. And also, as we said, those kind of little article things, which I think are quite interesting. Going to look for those to be over there as well. So we're kind of back to trying to find a way of using both channels. That's where we are at the moment. I'm feeling pretty good about it. But yeah, big thank you before we get stuck into the chat, get stuck into the different conversations that we need to have. Just want to say a big thank you for all the support this weekend, because it was pretty cool, man. It was pretty cool. Right. Mitchell says, hello, Mitchell. Hope you're well, bud. Mitchell said, feeling really bad for Sonia. Yeah. So news coming through on Sonia that she's done, is it her ACL? I think she did her ACL, so she's out for the foreseeable future. Don't know what that means for the women's tag titles. Genuinely don't know. I mean, is Chelsea going to get a replacement partner? Are we getting another tournament? Like, what are we doing now with this? So, yeah, really, really disappointing. I feel sorry for Chelsea as well, because I think Chelsea had just found herself in a nice little spot. She was a champion. She was going to get regular TV time. She had so much she could be a bit sassy about. You know, someone like Chelsea, if you could understand them wanting to use her, but I don't think she's ever going to be someone that's like main event in WrestleMania. I think she is sort of in the position that I think they thought LA Knight was going to be in, which is that veteran, been around the block, steady hand. You can put them in a tag team, put them as a solo star. You can do lots of different things. They're very versatile, good on promos, solid in ring, tick the boxes. Maybe they don't quite have the it factor, or they don't have that mass appeal. And so WWE have just, you know, they're good to have on a roster. Okay. But with LA Knight, of course, the main roster crowd have massively taken to him. So he definitely is showing that X factor right now. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with him. I don't know that that's going to happen for Chelsea, though, which I feel really sorry for her, because, as I said, I think she had found a nice little spot for herself. And now all of a sudden she's looking around. There's no Sonya Deville. Those titles might be getting taken away. What's the future going to hold for her? They probably won't have any creative plan for her, because the creative for her would have been for the tag division. So unless they're going to find her a new partner, she now all of a sudden might find herself without a partner, without a belt, and without creative. So yeah, really, really sucks. Really sucks. So I really like her, and I really hope we can find something for her, though. I really don't want to see her being Dana Brooked. I really want to see us continuing to use Chelsea. I think she's great. Alfie, shout out to you, my friends. Hello. Welcome back around. I don't feel like I've seen you in a hot minute, buds. I hope life is treating you well. I hope that I know that you started a job and everything. I hope that's going well, buds. So a thumbs up and vibes from Alfie. You'll have to let us know, Alfie. Don't super chat it. Just put it in the chat what you thought of SummerSlam, if you enjoyed it. That's something else as well. I did a quick little review. So not a review, a poll. I did it on the channel, and I just did it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like score it. And that is something I'm quite interested in keeping tabs on. So if you see those, just vote on them, because I want to try and get as many responses on that as possible, because obviously that goes out to the whole channel, not just the people that are joining us live. Goes out to all 200,000 subscribers potentially could see it. So it gets a bigger sample size as to what people thought of the show. And I think it's really interesting, because even though there's only 5 options, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even though there's only the 5 options, what I think is really interesting is you can see the percentage that people voted for those options. So, for example, right, let me try and explain this a little better than maybe I'm doing. SummerSlam, we had nearly 2,500 votes for SummerSlam review, right? Nearly 2,500 votes. And the result has come out that 4 won. So out of 5, it was 4 that won, and it got 48% of the vote. So 4 won, and it got 48% of the votes. The second spot was 3 with 28% of the votes. So I think that's kind of interesting. It gives us just a bit of a read. We know that 4 was voted on and how heavily 4 was voted. And so that gives us a good idea as to, you know, how people perceived SummerSlam. I think that's a fair result. I wouldn't have minded had it have been a 3. I think a 5 was pushing it. I wouldn't have minded a 3 or a 4. You know, I was probably at the 3.5375 point, but I think a 4 is very, very fair. Very fair. So, yeah, that's something else that I might continue looking at doing for these shows, Raws, NXT, all of that stuff going forwards as well. Right, I want to get into the chat. I've done a lot of chittity-chattity, just talking about different things on the channel and whatever. But let's try and get to some of the comments. So, Q the Light Knight said, I just wanted to match your research with real stuff. Q the Light Knight, hello. Stephen said, Days, forgive me. I had a late night. Spagbog, I am ready for Raw. Just sorting the kitchen out. Stephen, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you had a good day. Atomic Wrestling said, I didn't really like SummerSlam. It seemed super boring to me. The card was lackluster in my opinion. I thought there was a lot more that could have been done, says Atomic Wrestling. It's fair. Brock Lesnar for the next feud, says Cornelius. What, next feud for Seth? Brock Lesnar? Yeah, well, you could do it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Brock could probably do with going in a feud that he now wins. You know, I know Brock's at that point in his career where he's just putting everyone over, but I mean, he did get a win against Omos at WrestleMania. But really, you know, last year was dominated by him getting battered by Roman Reigns. He got battered at WrestleMania. He got battered at SummerSlam. He got battered at the 2 biggest shows. And then this year, he's now lost in a feud against Cody Rhodes. So kind of sucks to be Brock at the moment. So I sort of feel like maybe before we put him in a feud with Seth, I feel like he could probably do with going in a feud, like a really good feuds. One that's like really, I don't know which way this is going to go, but it's not many opponents out there for him like that, is there? Unfortunately. If he goes in there against like a low-level heel, he's going to batter him. And if he goes in there against a top-level heel, he probably needs to lose to him. So, I don't know, it's tricky. Brock's tricky. It's tricky. I mean, he can keep taking L's, but I just sort of think like, I don't know, man. It's Brock Lesnar. I feel like you need to give him a little something back. It's not been the best few years for him. I don't know who should beat Roman, says Adam. I don't like the idea of Cody being the one. I think it should be a return like Randy or Bray. But LA Don't Night said England women won, which was good, but they rode their luck. Vegeta says Lesnar is on vacation now, probably. Anna said Cody needs a break. It needs to be Gunther. Oh, I could see Gunther being the one that beats Seth, but I don't think it's going to happen until he breaks that record. And I still think he's got a little way to go, so I don't know that he can be the next feud yet, Gunther. But I think as soon as that Intercontinental record is broken, I completely agree. You know, I think he's knocking on that door for Seth Rollins then, because we've made this comment before. If you break the records, you can't go too far past it because someone else has got to break it in the future. So you can't just like absolutely obliterate it because someone else has got to try and beat that further down the road. So yeah, I think that we are very close towards him wrapping up this Intercontinental title run, believe it or not. Even though it might not feel like it, I think we're about 50 days, 60 days, something like that away from him breaking the records. Maybe not even quite that now. But there is still a little way left to go. Why did the Uso brothers turn on each other, said Michael. Well, we don't know is the answer. We don't know. But I think Jimmy probably turned on Jay because of the fact that Jimmy didn't want to have to acknowledge Jay. I think that I think if he was to turn on him because Jay was the reason they were in the bloodline and all that kind of stuff, like, I feel like that would have should have played out before this point. Like, it's been years since they've been in the bloodline. Like, Jimmy's had ample opportunity to leave. So for me, that's not the reason I would go with. The reason I would go with would be that he wanted out of the bloodline, and that was what they were trying to achieve, was to get out of the bloodline. They weren't trying to get Jay to be the new tribal chief. That was never in Jimmy's plan. So that would be my guess as to the reason, but it's nothing more than a guess because we've had no answers yet. Alfie said, definitely been a hot minute. I'm all good, thanks. Not seen it, but I heard Jimmy is heel. Yeah, he turned, he stopped Jay, and everyone was super sad. Mr. Wombat said, I hope Jimmy versus Jay is completely separate from Roman Reigns and Solo. Mitchell said, if we're killing time until Mania, Cody versus Gunther, little story. It would give Gunther an extremely huge hurdle to climb, trying to reach the records. No. I mean, I wouldn't do that for the Intercontinental. I don't think it makes much sense, Cody going for the IC belt right now. And equally, I think, would you want Cody losing? I certainly don't think Cody needs the IC belt. I wouldn't have him anywhere near it. I don't mind Gunther losing the IC belt and then going into a program with Cody, but he would lose that. I mean, I feel like Cody is being built for WrestleMania 40. I could be wrong, but I feel like he's being built for WrestleMania 40, and I don't know. I mean, he's just come through a program with Brock. I really am struggling to see him now lose a program against Gunther. So Gunther would have to be able to take a loss. And I don't think Cody would win the IC title. So that means that Gunther would lose the IC title and then lose another match against Cody. He's, would there be complaints that he's racking up the L's a little bit too quickly, having not been beaten for so long? So don't know. That's not the direction I would take it. Big T Bariatic says, does Bray attack Cody tonight? Love your stuff. Big T, shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words, really appreciate the support, and it's a really good question. I don't, if I was to guess, I would say no, but it would be nothing more than a guess. I don't think Bray attacks Cody, because I don't think they're looking at this going in a heel direction. I mean, you can certainly ask the question, what was he when he was about to start a feud with Bobby? But then I think Bobby was a heel. I mean, Bobby's been face, he's been heel. It's hard to remember, but Bobby had obviously been in a program with Brock, and that was quite a messy program. So I think knowing if Bobby was face or heel is a bit difficult, which makes it a bit difficult knowing if Bray was a face or a heel. But Bray was definitely the face in the LA Knight program. LA Knight was a heel in that, and Bray was the face in that program. He did kind of walk a bit of a fine line, though. I mean, LA Knight did get kidnapped and everything, so I definitely agree it was a bit of a fine line. But I think, look, if he goes in a program with Cody, then Bray is 100% categorically the heel. And I just don't know that they're going to look to bring him back and have him 100% categorically be the heel. Because as I said, against LA Knight, for me, he was the face. He came back with a big face reaction, and LA Knight was obviously the heel. He'd been a heel. He'd just come out of a feud with Ricochet. And so even though there might have been a few things in there that make you go, oh, I'm not sure, I sort of think that Bray was face. And then, as we said, the Bobby one, it was difficult because it didn't really run very long. In fact, Bray said, whoever gets out of the Bobby Brock match alive, like, I want the winner. And as we said, you know, that whole feud was a bit messy. And then we didn't really get much of Bray and Bobby. So for me, there was nothing that really screamed heel before Bray went away. There was nothing that screamed heel. So if he was to come back and be a heel, I would feel like that would be quite a shift, a change. Because obviously he got great reactions when he returns. Everyone was cheering him, hoping that we would see The Fiend, following the story, engaged with White Rabbit and everything. So is he really going to come back and go after Cody and be a heel? I mean, Cody needs an opponent, but equally Cody has got to win, hasn't he? I can't imagine Cody coming through a program with Brock, going into another program with Bray, and then losing. Like, that's hard to fathom. It's hard to look at that and think that that's what we're going to book. So I think for the reasons of the heel face dynamic, for the reasons of, I think both could really do with a win. Bray coming back could do with a win. Cody obviously needs to maintain his momentum. Putting them in a feud against each other right now, I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards unlikely. I do think though, right, just to go against what I just said momentarily, I do think that Bray could come back and get into a program with Roman. And the reason why I say that is because, and we've spoke about it before, I know I just said that Bray could do with getting a win, come back and getting a win. I still stand by that, right? Still stand by that. But I think that Roman needs to move away from the Usos. The Usos are clearly going to move on to a feud against each other. We haven't done the split with Solo. And I don't think we're going to do that just yet. So Roman is in need of a completely new challenger right now. I think Roman is in need of someone out of somewhere to come and challenge him. I think we're kind of done with the inner turmoil of the bloodline. That's what this year has been. It's been the whole breakdown with Sammy. It's been the breakdown with the Usos. Now we got the Usos fighting against each other. We're all waiting for Solo to turn on Roman, but I don't think it's yet. So we do need a new challenger. And Bray coming back and being that person, and it being Payback as well. I'm so hung up on that, but you know, Roman won the belt at Payback 3 years ago against Bray, and the next pay-per-view is Payback, and we're all waiting for Bray to return. And I think at some point Bray would have faced Roman. I think he would have faced him, but I just think we've been robbed of like 4 or 5 months of Bray. And so Bray really should have been winning feuds, getting built up, and then getting ready for this part of the year where he then is scheduled to face Roman. Well, we've just been robbed of 4 or 5 months, and so we might have to skip all of that and just go straight to the face Roman bit. So it would mean him coming back and not succeeding, but as we said on a stream the other day, I think there are definitely ways that you can do that still protect Bray. I think there are definitely ways that, like, you know, if something was happening with Uncle Howdy, say Solo is like Samoan spiked Uncle Howdy, and Bray's got a decision to make of, does he go to save Uncle Howdy or does he try to beat Roman? And he ends up choosing going and saving Uncle Howdy and ends up getting counted out. Something along those lines. Like, that protects Bray. Like, oh, if Bray had only just stayed in the ring, he would have won that match, you know? It would have been one of them situations. So I think that you can bring Bray back. You can put him in a feud with Roman. It's not ideal because ideally you would want Bray to come back and win. But I think that you could do all of that. It's a great opponent for Roman. It makes sense from a time point of view because of it being Payback. It's obviously a juicy feud for Bray to get his teeth into. And as we said, you know, there's ways of doing it so that Bray doesn't like come out of it looking weak. But I don't see Bray being the one to beat Roman just because, I mean, look, Bray is not in a stable place, is he? Whatever has gone on, and we don't know what's gone on, but whatever has gone on has clearly been not a plan right? It was not the plan that we were going to start advertising a match against Bobby for WrestleMania and then have to drop it and then not see Bray for months. So, you know, he is not a steady, safe pair of hands right now, because whatever has just happened, an injury, whatever it is, him coming back from injury might take a long time. If it's a mental health thing, putting the burden of the championship on him, right, and having him be the one that beats Roman and all the media that's going to come with that, that doesn't feel like the right thing to do either. So I would say that, you know, him winning the title is probably out of the question. I really can't see it. But it doesn't mean that he can't make for a good challenger for a premium live event. So if I had to choose, I would say Bray challenging Roman over Bray challenging Cody. But, and I want to stress this, I'm not going to rule anything out, because we just don't know what, when it comes to Bray, anything can happen. When it comes to Bray, literally anything can happen. He could come back at any time going up against anyone. So definitely not completely ruling it out at the moment. But yeah, if I was to guess, I would say Roman. But it might end up just being like another LA Knight situation where we just pick someone that's a bit lower down the cards, and it's someone that Bray can get like a win over, and we just try and build him up for WrestleMania. We might, you know, because of what's happened, any plans we did have for Bray might have now gone long out the window. They might be well in the distance now. We might have completely changed course, because, as we said, what we've just been through here was clearly not in the plans. So, Big T, shout out to you, my friends. Great. Love it. Love the question. Great question. Defcon Eric, Pirates King Jack Adventures, said, scored a Desmond Wolfe and Rene Dupree in my local shop. Desmond Wolfe is cool. I like that. He is obviously Nigel McGuinness when he was in TNA. So that's pretty cool. Zion Quinn is going to join the new Samoan dynasty, says Defcon Eric. We haven't seen much of Zion Quinn. I think if he was to come in and join, that would be awesome. But, I mean, look, maybe we do have to go in a new direction. To my knowledge, he's not part of the Anoa'i family at all. I don't think he's connected at all. Not even like a distant second cousin twice removed type situation. So this whole thing has been Bloodline. But, I mean, really, Bloodline's done. It's dead. It's over, you know. Dry your eyes, mate. It's done. Because... yeah, all right. Solo and Roman are related, but clearly Heyman isn't. It's not really much of a group anymore, is it? You know, this thing is completely broken apart. So if he wants to go in a new direction and kind of use it to bring through Zion Quinn, I'm down for it. Yeah, I think that's a fun shout. Actually, I think that's a fun shout. I'm right there with you. Rest with Andy said Gunther versus Edge would be good for Gunther's last defense before breaking the record. That would be good. I fear there's going to be no direction. Great band. On Fresh Feuds tonight. Probably a six-man. Oh, I didn't see six. I just thought it said probably a man tag. Probably a man tag match. Judgment Day, Cody, Roland, Zayn, or some garbage, but I hope not. Yeah, I hope not. I hope it's not going to be one of those lazy hangover type shows where people are a bit sore, and so we just put a load of people in a tag match and that'll do, you know. That'll do. Everyone's a bit sore. They don't really want to do singles matches, so we'll just chuck them in a big mess of a match, and, you know, the crowd will get excited for it, and there'll be some spots and whatever, and, you know, that'll do for tonight. Yeah, I hope it's not that. I hope we do make some serious progress with the storylines, so I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. Randy would be a perfect feud for Cody, said Shift Gods. Does Pulisic rank anywhere? Big up, shout out to everyone in the chat. Great people with great gold hearts, says Raging Demon. Raging Demon. Definitely a face comment right there. Daniel said, retire the women's tag titles. Bring in a women's IC title. Ah, well, we've spoke about this. If you do that, then less women are going to have opportunity, because I don't think WWE are looking at bringing in a women's IC and a women's US. So if you bring in a women's IC, there's only 2 women that can compete for that. You'll have the champ and then the challenger. And of course, you can do the occasional triple threat, fatal 4-way, but you're not going to do that on a regular basis. So by and large, it's going to be one-on-one, which means 2 women are going to be involved in the mid-card feud, whereas right now, their mid-card belt is the tag belts. And so that means that 4 women can compete. The other thing as well is that I would guess that data probably says that women's wrestling isn't as well received as the men's side of it, right? We do a really good job of mixing in the women with the men in the product. We've always done a good job with that. But I think probably their ratings, or the segment ratings, or the video views, or the general search and engagements is probably a bit down. That's the only real reason I can think as to why the women are just not really being given the spotlight. I mean, one thing you can say about WWE is the one thing they love the most is money. That is the one thing they love the most. If they can make money, they will make money, right? Doesn't matter how they're going. If they need a dancing cereal mascot, right? If they need someone to, if they need to get a couple of people to advertise Slim Jim, or get people dressed up as Colonel Sanders, right? Whatever it might be. I mean, they had a flipping monster truck that rocked up at SummerSlam, and the only reason they did that was because there's a monster truck that's available from Mattel right now. So, like, whatever they can do to make money. So I really believe, right? I know people will say, yeah, this WWE is sexist. They don't support the women, all this kind of stuff, right? I think the truth, right, is not that. I think the truth is, and this is coming from someone that really loves women's wrestling, so I'm not coming from a place of hate. I'm coming from a place of, I love women's wrestling. Some of my favorite wrestlers are women's wrestlers, and I would like to see more of it personally, but I think the reason we don't see more of it is because I don't think the ratings are as strong for those segments. And, you know, we all heard about, like, how bad the ratings were for the Evolution pay-per-view, the all-women's pay-per-view, hence why we've never gone back and done another one, right? Because it wasn't very good. You can definitely make the argument that it wasn't well promoted and stuff like that, but I don't know. I mean, still didn't do brilliant numbers. People didn't turn out for it. And so I think they are really looking at the amount of time they give to the women, right? And I think the same is true of AEW. There must be a reason as to why AEW are also not flooding their show with women's wrestling, right? It's not just WWE. AEW don't do loads and loads of women's wrestling either. And so I think that WWE have got their 2 women's champions, right? Fair play, 2 women's big champions. And so then they're looking at, like, right, what are we having in the mid-cards? And the tag belts serve a purpose because 4 women can be involved, but it doesn't require multiple segments. You can just get it all into one segment. If you had, like, an IC belt and you had a US title, that would have to be 2 separate segments, wouldn't it? And you're still getting only 4 women involved. Whereas this way, you've got 1 segment and you've still got 4 women involved. So that's why losing the women's tag belts and bringing in, like, an IC title might not be the right way forwards. But if you want to try and grow women's wrestling, I am a big believer that you have to set the table. I mean, you have to give them, you know, the structures. You know, they can't win a rumble or show you what a women's rumble looks like if you don't book a women's rumble, right? You can't say that the ratings are rubbish if you never give them opportunity to prove that the ratings can be good. So it's a catch-22 situation. Just because Evolution did rubbish ratings doesn't necessarily mean that every Evolution is going to do rubbish ratings, right? But it's tricky, isn't it? Because WWE don't need to even bother wasting their time with trying stuff like that. They can just put on a show they know is going to be a banker and very well received. So it's a very difficult situation with women's wrestling. I feel like women's wrestling's at a very interesting crossroads right now. I think it's at a very interesting point right now, because I think what happened was in 2015 when Charlotte, Sasha, all them women came up and we got the women's revolution. I think we had a big boom period. It was like WWE said, we hear you, we've heard you. And actually there was a lot going on in women's sport. Think about Ronda, think about the women's football team. The US national team that was getting great success. You had Serena Williams and Simone Biles, and there was just there was a buzz going on with women's sport, and I think WWE acknowledged that. The fans acknowledged it. There was a moment. 2015, boom, everything exploded. Here's the Royal Rumble. Here's Money in the Bank. Here's Elimination Chamber. Here's main events of Raw and SmackDown. And all these doors got opened for women in WWE. Doors that should always have been open for women in WWE. And so they opened all these doors. And that was cool, and we were like riding that momentum. But we've sort of done the first time stuff now. We've got a fair few Rumbles under our belts, fair few Money in the Banks, fair few cash-ins. We've got a fair few things that we've kind of put under our belts now. And I'm not saying that it's running out of steam by any means, but where is the next four horsewomen? Who's kicking it forwards? Where's the next man coming from? Becky Lynch, blood pouring down her face. WrestleMania 35 main event. That'll be 5 years ago. Next year, WrestleMania 40. That will be 5 years ago, right? It's not a generation. But I think it's fair to ask the question of like, well, where's that next crop that's bringing it forward? I think Bianca's done a good job. Rhea Ripley's coming through, but are they going to have the same impact as Sasha, Charlotte, Bianca, Becky, and who's the other one? Becky, Sasha, Bailey, and Charlotte. Is the next crop going to have the same effect as those women? So it's interesting. It feels like at a crossroads. Sasha's gone. She may come back, but she's gone for now. Bailey seems to be working a much more reduced schedule. I think since her injury last year, we don't quite see her as much. She seems to be playing more of a secondary role to EO. She seems to really have come back and just want to try and get some girls over. Like, I think she is playing her part, trying to get over some girls for the future. Charlotte's just being Charlotte, just trying to win every championship she can get her hands on. And Becky is simmered down, isn't she? Becky, I mean, I can't say this feud with Trish. Maybe I'm wrong, but this feud with Trish doesn't feel like it's the same level of where we've been before. This doesn't feel like the man. This doesn't feel like 2015. This doesn't feel like WrestleMania 35. I don't think that Becky and Trish would be main event in WrestleMania if it was, coming up soon. But so yeah, I think we're in a really interesting spot with women's wrestling. I hope it continues to grow, move forwards. I would love to see another Evolution show. I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, why do the women get like their own show, whatever. But I think this is why they get their own show, because I think there are questions right now and perceptions right now that if they were to do a show and kill it and the numbers were great, it would be it would be really exciting for the women's division. So I would fully support another Evolution, but I don't think there's one coming anytime soon. Thea Hale is going to be the next Becky. Let's go. Two Broke said, I definitely think Raquel can be there and a staple in the women's main events, says Two Broke. Daniel said there's so many women on the roster that don't get used. Tegan, Candice, Indy, Nikki, Kaden, and Katana. If you start pushing new women, not these same old ones we see week in, week out. Yeah, it's difficult though, isn't it? Because it comes back to that. It comes back to the what we was just saying, and this goes for everything. Like, if you've got women that you know are going to get you a certain number because they are over, then you are going to continually keep going back to them, because whenever you bring in like the new women, your ratings obviously suffer, because, you know, you do something with Tegan Knox, people ain't going to care, right? They're not going to care because no one cares about Tegan Knox. Maybe someone does, but the majority of wrestling fans, you know, who is this girl? We don't know anything about her, right? And so it's tricky to do something with Tegan rather than just go in. Should we put Charlotte in? Should we have a Charlotte segment? Should we go with Becky? Should we do something with Bianca? We got Asuka. Should we do Asuka? Like, there's plenty of women that have managed to get themselves to that level. It's so hard when you're like trying to, you know, get through, and you're trying to get to that upper thing, because you're not only fighting to get the fans, you're fighting to get actual TV time. You know, I mean, look at Carrion and the struggles he's having at the moment as well. So it's not just in the women's division, it's in the men's division as well. You know, if the fans hadn't took to LA Knight, I've no doubt that he would just be getting used as a bit part player. He would just be there, as we said. I think the way they wanted to use LA Knight was, you know, steady hands. Need him in a tag team, brilliant, he can do that. Need an opponent for Gunther to bump around, yep, he can do that. Need someone to be a partner of The Miz, yep, oh, he's good on the mic, he can do some stuff on the mic. Okay, well, that'll be good, they'll go well together. Need someone to, I don't know, go down to NXT and just kind of do a little something down there for a bit. Yeah, send LA Knight. Send LA Knight down there. He's this guy that's just really versatile, that's, you know, can do promos, is fine in the ring. And I think that they just wanted him to kind of really strengthen up the card, really, just be someone that you can rely on, a veteran. And so, you know, if it weren't for the fans, I think he would have been stuck in that kind of a position as well, you know. Look at Chad Gable. I mean, he's winning the fans over. I think the fans appreciate him, but he's also someone that doesn't get utilized to his full potential. So, I don't know, man. We could sit and talk about this for a long, long time. Let's try and get to a few more different points, shall we? Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. Aaron said, in my opinion, there's been no hint of Jimmy turning. If it is jealousy, I think we needed a hint. It feels like the turn is just so they can feud with each other. I think that's a good point, right? I completely agree with your point. The only thing I'm going to say is I'm all right with it because of one thing, and that is that Jimmy has been away. If Jimmy had been around during the builds and hadn't said anything, then I would be a bit more like he could have said something, right? There could have been a conversation. But Jimmy got laid out by Roman and Solo, and he then got took to hospital. And it was after that that Jay demanded a match. So it was that day, wasn't it? I mean, I remember Jimmy being loaded into the ambulance on the morning of, or the early stages of SmackDown, the morning. And then by the end of the show, you've got Jay, who's come down to the ring livid, demanding a match. So this match that Jay demanded, don't know that he ran that past Jimmy. I think that was coming from a place of emotion. And so I think a lot of what we've seen here, the whole, you know, not only was it a match, but it turned into tribal combat, and it turned into trying to become the new tribal chief. And all of this played out with Jimmy not around. So for me, I need to see exactly what gets said. They easily could say something on Friday where I go, huh? What? Why have we gone that way? Why have you done that? Why have you said that's a rubbish reason? Right? I could easily get that reaction. But I think if it is going to be like, not jealousy, but just a bit of, say, Jimmy kind of pointing out, like, what were you doing, man? You know, I got put in hospital and your first reaction is to call for a championship match. You know, I'm lying in a hospital bed and you're dreaming of becoming tribal chief. Like, if it's not quite jealousy, but I could understand where Jimmy is coming from. And as we said, you know, all of that sort of played out after Jimmy got put away. So I'm going to wait for Friday, and then we'll see kind of what comes out of it. But yeah, you could be right. We could go down some rubbish roads. It could be absolutely rubbish, but I think I've got confidence. One thing I've got in this Bloodline story is that I don't feel like I've been drastically let down really at any point. We've definitely gone down roads I wouldn't have gone down, but they've still led to places that have been good. And then what's come out of that's been really good, and you know, the story's just chugged along. So I don't feel like this story has ever got to the point where for me I'm bored or I'm like, oh god, you know, not this now or whatever. I mean, the Jimmy thing was definitely like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. It was one of those, that was my reaction. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. That was my reaction to it. But I'm what's driving me forwards, what I'm more focused on is Jimmy versus Jay. Jimmy versus Jay is gonna bang, man. That is gonna bang. That is gonna be so much fun. That you know, just give me something that's not stupid. That's all I'm asking for. Just give me a reason that doesn't make me want to vomit, and I will be very happy to then accept that and then watch what should be a banging match between Jimmy and Jay. Cynthia says, let me talk to you. I think the reason why Jimmy turned on Jay was because he's tired of being in the shadows, and Jay always steals the spotlight. He wants to be acknowledged, not as tribal chief. He wants respect. Jay always steals the spotlight. He wants to be acknowledged, not as tribal chief, but he wants respect. Oh, what? Jimmy wants to be acknowledged, but not as tribal chief. Okay, got you. Cynthia, I really appreciate the support. And yeah, I think you could be onto something there. Jimmy wants respect. He doesn't want to be the tribal chief. He just wants to be respected. And maybe that could play into the fact that, you know, Jay goes running off and asking for a title match when Jimmy's lying in hospital. You know, and there doesn't feel like a great amount of respect there. Jay was doing it for the right reasons. He was doing it for his brother. He was doing it out of anger. You know, the family are with Jimmy. There's not anything, you know, Jane's not a doctor, right? It's not like he's denying Jimmy medical aid. Jimmy is in hospital in the best place he can recover in. Jay is livid and wants revenge. I'm sure it's all come from a good place. But I could equally understand Jimmy looking at that and thinking to himself, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So whilst I'm flipping lying here, right, dribbling, you are going over to flipping challenge to become tribal chief, are you? Huh? Thanks. I know where your priorities are now. So yeah, I think if it's going to be something like that, I mean, like respect, I think is a very interesting word. Very, I like that. Cynthia, shout out to you. As I said, really appreciate the support, and hope you are going to enjoy tonight's Raw. I can see that Richard's fired in a chat. I'm not ignoring you, Richard, but I do just want to have a look, see if WWE have put anything up yet. Normally get a preview. Obviously, we did start early tonight, though. No way. Say the words. Baron Corbin. Nope. Nope. Nothing on their Twitter account for an official preview. So nothing yet. I'll keep checking on that. Richard said, WWE are trying to get a new TV contract. Probably why Triple H is using the people. The fans know and will get a good rating. That's an excellent point. I mean, maybe now more than ever, TV ratings are critical. So, you know, whilst they're trying to negotiate these TV deals, turn into people like Asuka, Bianca, Charlotte, not having time to build up a Tegan Knox or whoever. You know, you're right. I think you're right. I think a lot of that does go into it. I think it's difficult for fans to think along those lines sometimes, because as a fan, you just want an exciting product, don't you? You just want a product that's surprising and impressing you, and you don't really want to have to think about, you know, what it means for the bigger picture, like the ratings. You know, we all want the show that's perfect for us, but what's perfect for us might not be perfect for the majority, and that might mean that the ratings are in the toilet. And WWE obviously have to think about the ratings. And you're absolutely right. The best way of getting good ratings is by just constantly shoving on your biggest names, you know, your Seth Rollins, hence why we have to hear that song about 20 times every Raw. Then your Judgment Day, Rhea Ripley, I think they've proven to be a draw, and they've leaned on them plenty. Hopefully when we get past this period, maybe we can start to look at some of that new emerging talent. I think one thing that Triple H is very good at is utilizing that emerging talent. I think he is good at trying to find stories and things for them. Granted, you can look at it right now and say, well, not really, not at the moment. But then, as you know, as Richard's just pointed out, there is a whole TV deal thing going on. But Triple H knows about this young talent probably better than anyone else. I mean, he knows the frustrations of them. He was in charge of NXT, watching these people go to the main roster and then just get not utilized to their full potential. Now he finds himself in a situation where he is the booker of the main roster. And so all of a sudden, he can now ensure that that talent that leaves NXT doesn't get squandered. So I think that he is one of the best people, if not the best person, that NXT could have hoped for in regards to who is booking the main roster. Well, it's the man that kind of, you know, it's Daddy NXT, right? He might not be in charge of it now. He might not be the guy that's doing it all now, but he will always be synonymous with that brand. That is his brand. I still see it as his brand. NXT is Triple H's brand. Even though Sean's doing the booking of it and whatever, it just feels to me like Sean's babysitting. That is very much Triple H's baby. So, you know, he was the guy that oversaw the Performance Center and oversaw Full Sail and all of that stuff. So I think like he is someone I've got confidence in that will be able to invest and maximize the returns on that young talent. But I think it's a great point that Richard has made there, that it might just be we're waiting to get past this period. I think Miz and Grayson Waller should be a tag team due to their egos being huge, and their skull-crushing finale rolling stunner in the Slim Jim Battle Royal was fantastic, says Kershawn. Where's Randy? He needs to kick Jimmy's butt, said South Plains. Don't think he's going to be cleared for quite a while, unfortunately. It doesn't seem like Randy's coming back anytime soon. I think if he was going to be even close to a return, I think we would have seen him at SummerSlam. The fact we didn't see him at all sort of suggests that he's not in a good place still. Unless they're saving him, but the latest reports were, or the last things I saw on him, which was a long time ago, was that he was still a long way from being medically cleared. Planet Dan said Jimmy might have attacked Jay to protect him from becoming the tribal chief. He's seen how it's affected Roman. He doesn't want his brother to become what Roman has. Yeah. I mean, it's a good point. I don't know that they would want to go that way, because I think with this feud, you're probably not going to want to, I don't know. I don't think you're going to want to be going that kind of nuanced with the fans. I think you probably want the fans to, I think you want the fans to know that's your face, that's your heel, that's who we want you to root for. You know, if it's a reason like that, if it's a case that Jimmy is trying to save Jay from that responsibility of being tribal chief, I think like some fans might look at that and go, oh, okay, he's got a point, you know, yeah, that's nice. That's actually quite a brotherly thing to do. He's looking out for his brother. and you might then just start to split the fans a little bit. I suppose it just depends how you want to take the story. Do you want to go down the road of traditional heel and face, or do you want to go down the road where you've got half the audience chanting Jimmy, half the audience chanting Jay? Because that is an excellent reason for him doing it and staying face. Because he could easily come out and say, I did it for you, man. I love you. You're my twin brother. I would never do anything to hurt you. You know, I would never do anything to like seriously, like, you know, get in your way. But I can't sit back and watch you become the tribal chief, having seen what it did to Roman, having seen how it corrupted him. Do you remember Roman and what Roman used to stand for? Do you remember the big dog and all the good that he was doing? And look what he became. Like, I think you could easily do a promo that would definitely win a few of the fans round. Not everyone, but you definitely get a good chunk of the fans round going, yeah, that's quite cool. That's quite a nice reason. And then you could build up a let's go Jimmy, let's go Jay, splitting the crowd sort of a angle. But I just don't know they're going to want to do that. I think what they're going to want to do is they're going to want super sympathy on Jimmy, and they're going to want super sympathy on Jay, super hate on Jimmy, and go with the old-fashioned like heel face thing. But I like it though, because it's some of that sweet out the box thinking that I really appreciate. So I like it. Planet Dan, I like it. Dallas Cowboy fan said, I saw Kyrie and Nia are returning soon. They are trying to bulk up the women's roster. Suzanne said, I'm tired of Roman winning. I mean, what is Hunter doing? Is he letting Roman get beat Moolah's record? Yes. She was the women's champ for 25 years. I mean, enough already. She, I mean, it goes back to TV ratings, and it goes back to, I mean, yeah, I think it goes back to that. It goes back to the fact that every pay-per-view, we keep hearing it's the highest grossing, it's the most watched. Like, all the numbers they're getting at the moment, it's just, you can understand it. I can understand it. If I was Triple H, I don't know that I would do anything different either, because everything, every record, they're just all tumbling down. And if you end it, there is a danger that you go too long and it all goes stale, okay? But judging by the SummerSlam numbers that got released by WWE, which obviously they're going to put their little spin on it, of course. But judging by the numbers that they've reported, it would certainly suggest that things aren't tumbling down right now. So I think the sad truth, and I think this is a dark art, right? And it's a dark art that I don't think fans appreciate. I think Vince was really good at this. And I think that a lot of fans don't give him enough credit for it. I think Vince knew that he could push something and annoy the fans to the point where they wouldn't leave. They would keep watching, but they might be a bit off with the product, right? But he could get away with it. And I think that he knew he could get away with it. I think he knew that things weren't just falling apart around him. You know, he could keep pushing Cena because numbers that he was seeing were saying that people were into it. Loads of internet, you know, as much as people are tired of Roman, I would say this is nothing compared to how tired people were of John Cena. John Cena, Super Cena, the amount of hate he used to get online when he used to just keep going to these shows and winning, and he just was untouchable. I mean, it was, you know, nothing compared to what Roman's getting at the moment. Nothing. But Vince would still do it and would still stick with it, because I think that part of the truth is that he knew that, you know, he was looking at his numbers. He could see what he wanted to see. He could see that the wheels weren't falling off. And I think that you've got people that are like, oh, I'm bored of this now. I'm done with this. I can't, this is like, why are they still doing Cena, blah, blah, blah. And then tune into Raw. And then they would tune into SmackDown. and then they'll tune in again. So imagine being so good, right? Being so good that you can book something that the fans don't enjoy, but they still keep watching, right? In hope that they're going to get something they will enjoy. And then eventually they do. And then that just keeps them around even longer, right? So I think that is a dark art. I think that is a dark art. I think that is something which we have definitely used in the past and maybe even continue to use, is that kind of looking at the numbers, letting things ride, letting the fans get a little frustrated, but not worrying about it, knowing that they're not going to leave, and then, you know, carrying on with doing whatever it is we want to do. I think if the numbers fell off a cliff, if there was like a disaster, then I think we would change course. But as we said, certainly with Roman at the moment, that's not showing itself. And I think that over time, you know, you definitely did see people drifting away. But the counterpoint to that would be that people drifted away from all TV shows. They drifted away from everything, because all that's happened with entertainment over the last 20 years is it's gone like this. Like before, you had a certain amount of channels, and then the internet came along, and smartphones came along, and console gaming grew and grew and grew. And so your options just went like that. And so now all of a sudden you've got like everyone fighting for everyone's attention. All the TV shows have declined compared to ratings where they were 20 odd years ago. And I think the same is true with WWE. I'm sure they've looked at graphs that show the average decline of TV compared to their average decline. And I would imagine that that's probably a graph that doesn't look that scary, to be honest. So I know a lot of people will go, well, yeah, but their ratings nowhere near where they were. Yeah, well, no one's are, to be honest. No one's are. Like, this is what's happened with entertainment, is it's become absolutely overly saturated. And now you've just got so many people doing so many different things. And, you know, it's just, you can watch anything you want now on any subject at any time. And that was just not the case 20 odd years ago. So it's a different world, isn't it? It's a different world. ED Dub 1N said Becky Lynch for 3 hours of Raw tonight. Let's go. Let's go. Right, let's try and get to some of these comments. Steven said Triple H would not let Roman lose the title unless the viewing figures goes down. It would cost him money to let Roman slip away. Would you agree? I do agree. I think there will come a point, though, where Roman will want to step away. I think there will come a point where Roman's like, I need a break. I need like 6 months. I need time with my family. I need to wrap this up. I think this is at a weight that we don't really appreciate. You know, he is on all the posters. I mean, he's doing media. He is doing a lot of interviews, and there's a lot that comes with it. There's a lot of corporate that comes with it as well. And I think it is a weight. I think just knowing that, like, you are basically carrying the company on your shoulders. I think he has been groomed for it. That is true. You know, I think it's a weight that he carries with ease, to be honest. I think it's a weight. I don't think it's something that he goes to sleep fretting about. I think he probably does give it a lot of thought, but I don't think it's something that's like causing him any kind of mental health problems. Like it seemed to in the past with, say, Shawn Michaels, or, you know, we saw a lot of people struggle with the weight of being the guy and having the belt. It doesn't seem, I mean, Roman just looks cool as a cucumber, doesn't he? But it's been 3 years, and I would imagine that they've done a lot to try and keep him relaxed, keep him cool. We've got this, you're smashing the numbers, you're killing it, Roman, all this kind of stuff. Physically, mentally, I could understand him wanting to step away at some point. So, and I think the other thing we have to consider is that this also needs the right ending. So it's all well and good having this and riding it till the wheels fall off. But it would be a shame if we did that and this didn't get a satisfying conclusion. A bit like the Undertaker streak, you could have just rode that until literally his body was breaking apart, and it's like, right, he's got to lose this because literally he's retiring. He should have retired about 20 years ago, but it's one of those where I think you've got to make sure it's got a satisfying conclusion as well. So it's a balance. They're trying to get TV deal over the line. That should be done relatively soon. They're trying to get the sale through, which isn't done yet, but is 99.9% done. They're trying to get all that sorted. Like right now, they're actually going through some choppy waters. There's choppy waters at the moment. I think we get through this. I think we then settle down. How long into the new deals they want to keep going with Roman? Don't know. That might come down to Roman. But I think they are definitely priming Cody for when needed. I think that's why Cody can't really afford to lose. Cody needs to keep building, getting his momentum, building his brand, being put in some interesting situations against interesting opponents, creating moments of his own, so that when he steps in the ring opposite Roman again and wins it, then it can be a proper passing of the torch moment. So I don't know. It's all super, super interesting. Super, super interesting. Because as we said, definitely a lot going on at the moment. Hollywood Guy said, what's your favorite match and least favorite match at SummerSlam? The recent one. Hollywood Guy, shout out to you. Favorite match would be Roman and Jay. I think that was my favorite match because I thought that it was dramatic. I mean, I thought it was really good, really dramatic. I enjoyed Seth and Finn as well. I would definitely say that would be in the conversation. Definitely in the conversation. I really was rooting for Finn towards the end of that, and I was so involved. But I think with Roman and Jay and just how much was on the line, Solo getting involved and no one being around to even up the scores seemingly, and he had a few weapons and the belt, the whipping, which was brutal, and obviously the multiple kickouts. There was some moments where I really thought it was done. They did a really good job of making me think, oh my God, this is it. This is it. I mean, I really disagree with What Culture, and I'm going to do that quite a bit, I think. But equally, I'm going to do a lot of agreeing with What Culture because, as I said, I've started to do that reacting to their ups and downs. I do it on the second channel. One of their big downs was they said the main event was a boring slog, and I just don't think it was. Because, as I said, the belt whipping I thought was brutal, and the going into the crowd and using Solo was interesting. Then coming back to the ringside area, and that moment where Solo looked like he was about to turn on Roman, and like you've got Roman like looking at Solo going, "What's that?" And he's Solo ready to go because of course he just got speared accidentally by Roman in the ring as well. So you've got all of that plays out. And then you get the Jimmy moment at the end. I do agree that it was quite formulaic. I feel like, you change the people around, and I feel like it's the sort of match we've seen before. But it's a match that works. I mean, it works. It's compelling. It's gripping. It's edge of the seat stuff. I have to strongly disagree that it was a boring slog. I didn't find it a slog at all. So yeah, I would say main event or the Seth Finn match runs it really close. I mean, I loved when Damian came down and the briefcase being used and all of that, and I really thought Finn was going to do it at one point, and it was really dramatic, and I was really into it, and yeah, really good, really good. So those would be my favorites. My least favorite, well, the Logan match I thought delivered, so I definitely don't think that under-delivered. I think Gunther and Drew, I mean, it got a "This is awesome" chant, and it was very good, but it was not to my expectation. I mean, if you want to talk about a match that fell drastically below expectation, it might be that one. Gunther Drew just didn't quite reach that level for me. Battle Royal is probably the worst thing. Battle Royal. I don't think there was much to it. I mean, LA Knight winning, I thought was, for me, I predicted it'd be him or the 25th person. And I thought the 25th person might stand a chance of being Big E. And it wasn't. It was Omos. So as soon as Omos came down, I didn't fancy him winning it. So I felt pretty good for LA Knight. LA Knight wins it. Okay, so there's not really a shock in regards to the winner. And then what was the other stuff that happened? I mean, there just wasn't much in there. I saw, again, What Culture made the comment of, oh, it was great how they had Chad Gable eliminate, like, Imperium. And it was great how Santos eliminated Austin Theory because they're in a feud. I mean, I sort of feel like that is the bare minimum. I sort of feel like if you've got Austin Theory and Santos in a ring and both know they're not winning, I would expect them to do something with each other at some point. I would expect them to go after each other. They're in a feud and they've got a match on Friday. Well, I think it's Friday or the next week. So, I don't know. To me, like, there was not really much in the Battle Royal. I didn't see anything new I didn't see anything that made me go, oh, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. Like, did you see such and such? Did you see that? That'll be tasty feud, man. I didn't see anything like that come out of the Battle Royal. So I actually thought that it was a bit underwhelming, the Battle Royal. It was fine. It ticked a box. I didn't think it was a disaster, but I'd probably say that was the match I would say would be the one that would be the one I enjoyed the least. And then I'm just scanning down the others. Yeah. Seth, Finn, and Roman, Paul. So, Hollywood Guy, shout out to you, buds. Omos, more like comatose, said Raging Demon. Good words. We don't get comatose used enough in the chat, to be honest. Which is surprising considering how dull the streams are. Steve said there could be a twist where Bray aligns with Cody. Maybe Bray acts that Cody was the only one to help him as a mentor in NXT, builds him up again, then obviously he turns on him at the end. Yeah, I don't know where we are. I don't know. I mean, like, are we going to have Bray lose? I mean, I think it's one thing for Bray to lose against Roman when a title is involved and being the main man is involved. You know, if you beat Cody, you're not the main man. If you beat Roman and you've got those belts, you are the main man. You are the face of the company. I just sort of think, like, he can lose to Roman and we can protect him in that loss and he ain't going to lose much. But if you lose to Cody, I know that it's Cody and I know that he's a big star. I just think that's a harder one. I think that's a bigger L to take. Size of L's. I think if you take an L against Roman and we protect him, it's a tiny L. It's very small. You need a magnifying glass. But if you take an L in a feud with Cody, that one feels like it's a bit of a bigger L. I don't know. It seems like people are really into the idea, though. So if it does happen, I'll be on board. I'll check it out. But I can't say it's the direction that I would personally be going. Is Bray actually coming back, or is it usual hope talk? I think it's usual hope talk. But I'm all right for usual hope talk. Hope. You know, there's a room in this world for hope. We all had hope on Saturday that we were going to see some juicy returns. We didn't really get anything. So hopefully we get something either tonight or SmackDown. Do you think Solo will turn on Roman? I think he will, but I don't think now. I don't think it'll be yet. I think the intensity of Saturday night, the cauldron of Saturday night, that was the place for the turn, if he was going to do a turn. So I'm leaning towards it will happen. But if it didn't happen on Saturday, I don't think it's happening yet. I don't think that he's going to be his next opponent, for example. I don't think the next opponent of Roman will be Solo. But then, you know, I'm leaning towards it being Bray, but could massively be wrong. Could massively be wrong. And people could be right. It could be Cody Bray. Or Bray might not just come back at all. We still might not see Bray because there's obviously no guarantees that we're going to be seeing Bray anyway. So, don't know. It's all up in the air. And that is what makes tonight exciting. We're going to find out, hopefully, the next steps for the likes of Seth and Cody. And obviously, we're going to move forward with some of the other feuds that we've got, like Rhea and Raquel, Becky and Lita. So we've got a few feuds that are like simmering away. We've got a few new feuds that we need to try and come up with. So plenty for us to get our teeth into. We are 45 minutes away. We are just 45 minutes away from going over to this week's Raw. Do we think Jimmy is on Roman's side, said MK Guna? I don't think he's on Roman's side. That wouldn't really make a great deal of sense to me. So I don't think he's on Roman's side. I think he just, my guess is he just didn't want to have to acknowledge Jay. He's on the side of no tribal chief. He's on the side of not acknowledging Roman and not having to acknowledge Jay. But I don't think he's now on the side. I don't think he was lying in his hospital beds thinking, actually, do you know what? I do like Roman. I've changed my mind. I do like, he's all right, you know. He's a good egg. I don't think that's how it's played out. So no, I don't think this was him, you know, realigning, if you will. Days, did you hear about the Joshua fight? No. Has there been some news? I heard that it was cancelled, but I didn't know they were working on another opponent. Have they announced another opponent? Dillian White is out. Oh, here we go. Eddie Hearn set to announce Dillian White replacement. Anthony Joshua will fight at the O2 on Saturday, and I'm interested in doing that fight. With promoter Eddie Hearn set to announce Dillian White's replacement imminently. Devastated White said he was completely innocent. The absolute plan is to have a show on Saturday night. It's a minefield because everyone's put their name in the hat. And the credible ones want 10 million, a private jet, and my left lower limb in the contract. Joshua reacted calmly to the news. So Eddie Hearn basically saying, I know this is a wrestling stream. We will get back to wrestling, but I was going to do the Anthony Joshua fight this Saturday. So Eddie Hearn saying that any replacements now are asking for serious, stupid money. And, you know, it's going to be very difficult for him to find a good replacement at a fair price. But hopefully he can find someone. Because as I said, I'd like to have done that fight on Saturday. Right. FOMOS is what Vince gets. Fear of missing out on Omos at Survivor Series. FOMOS. How are the toy hunts going, said Chris. Yeah, so I did one the other day, and I don't know if you lot got a chance to see it. It's been on the channel 24 hours? I don't know. It went up on Sunday. Yeah, probably a bit over 24 hours. I think it's a good one. I really enjoyed it. I've said before, I think when you're editing it and you have a little chuckle yourself, you're like, yeah, I like that. I mean, I wasn't laughing out loud rolling on the floor, right? But I think if you when you edit your own videos, you go, yeah, I like that. It's good. It's good. I'm looking forward to people seeing that. It's quite good. You get a bit of an excitement. I mean, when we're streaming, I don't really ever get that because we're just reacting and talking live, aren't we? So, you know, doing a video where you edit it and people haven't seen it yet and you are quite excited for people to see it, I've sort of missed that feeling. Sort of missed that. So it was really good doing it. And it went out and the reaction to it's been really good. The comments been really good. The like ratio and all that stuff has been really good. So, yeah, I think people enjoyed it. I think people really enjoyed it. And I enjoyed doing it. So we're definitely going to do more. I've got one that's already been filmed, but I've not edited it yet. And that was from a comic convention I went to. I went to a comic convention the other day, and I'm trying to get out more because in order to do toy hunts, I sort of have to. So I went to a comic convention the other day, and I did a one there, and I saw some really good stuff. Really good stuff. Stuff that I would never see in Smith's. So that is going to be a really interesting one. It'll be interesting. I'll try and make it funny as well. I mean, I've got loads of footage. That one, I mean, if I can get it up for Sunday, I might try and get it up for Sunday. But, I mean, if it's not this Sunday, it'll be next Thursday, right? I mean, it's going to be soon. So, yeah, figure videos. I know that we've got a real mixture on the channel. Like, this channel is just a bit of a mess in the sense of we've got UFC fans, boxing fans, figure fans, wrestling fans that aren't interested in figures, bigger fans that aren't interested in the watch-alongs. Like, we've got a real mixed bag of people that I think like different things on the channel or about the channel. Plenty of people that are only interested in the streams, but then lots of people that only want toy hunts and figure videos. So it's a bit of a messy mixture, to be honest, if I'm being brutally honest. But you know, we are looking to try and serve as many people as possible. So streams obviously ain't going anywhere, and we've just turned up that figure video a little bit. So yeah, another toy hunt should be coming soon. Chris said, to me, the best match of the night was the Battle Royal and the Finn Seth match, as well as Cody and Brock. As for the rest, it was meh. Chris Hart said, you should have your own cameraman to hold your camera. I haven't reached that level yet. Richard said, no heel turns. No, Nick Aldis is not debuting. Sorry. James said, I started watching wrestling in 1990. How is that true? Did you? Is that when you started? Did you start watching in 1990? That's before me. Turns out I started in 92, but I didn't even know I started in 92. I thought I started in 93. And then I found a video that like an old video camera home video thing, which I hadn't seen, and it said December 92. So that means that I was into it in 92. Blew my mind. I had no idea. I would have swore that I got into well, I knew that I'd watched Survivor Series 92, but I would have swore that I wouldn't have been like properly into it come Christmas. I mean, Survivor Series tends to be what, like November? So, like, yeah, I don't even think I wouldn't have seen it live. I didn't see it live. It would have been at least like a good 2-3 weeks after. Like, you know, back then, how it worked for me was I didn't have the channels that were showing wrestling. So my cousin would record it, and then he would go to my nan and granddad's, leave the tape. None of my friends watched it or spoke about it. Or maybe they did, but we just never spoke about it. And so he'd leave me the tape. When we went round, get the tape, take it back home. Bang, there we go. Get to watch the latest wrestling. And, you know, trying to follow the stories was not really a concern, because when you're a kid, you're just getting anything you can get your hands on. When you're a kid, you know, oh my God, what's this? WrestleMania 3, let's go. Yep, bang. Who's that? Doesn't matter. Love them. What's this? SummerSlam 92. Yep, put it in. Bang. What's that? Wembley. So, you know what I mean? You just go all over the place, don't you, when you're a kid? You don't really worry about so much about linking it all together. So, yeah, 92, it turns out I was, Christmas 92, I was like a full-blown signed-up member. I was loving it. Because Sean said, what were your thoughts on the MMA match between Ronda and Shayna? I thought it was fine. Yep, thought it was good. There was a lot of people that were down on it, but I think we have to be honest. There was a lot of people that were down on it before the bell even sounded. So for me, I thought it felt like a real fight. And I think that's how you always bring the best out of Ronda, is making it feel like a real fight. And again, you know, I hate to keep talking about this, but I do a video now of the next day following the show where I react to the ups and downs from What Culture. Do it on the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips. And on there, they actually put the point that it was a down But the title that they went with was a noble failure. So they said it was a noble failure. They said that they did well, but, you know, the fans were confused who to cheer for, and the build hadn't been the strongest, blah, 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 blah. And I don't disagree with that stuff, but all of that is before the bell. You know, what can they do when the bell sounds that's going to improve the build, right? What can they do when the bell sounds that's going to, like, you know, get the crowd invested? Like, all you can do is just put on the best match you can, put on the best fight you can, have a few close falls, see if the drama's going to bring the fans in. But there's plenty of people that have got go-away heat with Ronda that just don't like Ronda and don't want to like Ronda, and they were just not going to like that match regardless. And that's fine. You know, it's not for them. That's what it comes down to. It wasn't for them then. If they had decided that it was closed mind time, I'm switching off for this, that's fine. I mean, that's their prerogative. But equally, those people don't get to have an opinion, because if you turn your mind off and go, it's Ronda, it's trash, I'm not watching it, I ain't interested in what you think about the match then, because you paid it no attention and I'm not interested. I didn't do that. I was still on board with it. I like MMA anyway, and I watched it with an open mind, and I thought it was good. I thought it felt to me like a proper fight. The head kick looked good. I mean, you can't tell me those judo throws don't look great. I mean, she's an Olympian in judo, and I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, judo throws and all this kind of stuff," but yeah, this is part of wrestling. Like, what actually happens in a match, the impressive things they do in a match, the skills that get displayed. That is part of the appeal. You know, there's people that love AEW and love watching reverse hurricanranas and poison ranas and all this kind of stuff. They love those, seeing all those different moves and showing off that skill. You know, look at Logan. You know, he's learned a few different moves to try and wow the audience. And some of the moves he's learned are things, you know, like a frog splash, crossbody, Spanish fly, things along those lines to try and, like, you know, wow, you know. So for me, I get that wow factor from seeing, like, you know, just a beautifully executed judo throw where there's a real snap to it. And, you know, seeing Ronda, who's one of the best in the world, you know, she's an Olympian at judo and a medalist as well at judo. Actually, like, you know, showing off some of those skills, I thought was good. I thought it was good. And it was a different flavor as well. And it was in their wheelhouse. Like, it was good because that's what they do. They're not wrestlers. Certainly Ronda's not a professional wrestler, is she? But she is an MMA fighter. So asking her to have an MMA fight and show off what she can do, you're just setting the table for her to really deliver the best performance that she can. So for me, I thought it was good. I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was mind-blowing. And I think part of that does come down to the builds. I think that, you know, it's hard to, like, really get invested when you know who's going to win, right? And you know that the build's been a bit lackluster and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, that stuff, I agree, it does impact things. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I think there was enough in it to deem it not being like a letdown or anything. That's why for me, like, the Battle Royal, I didn't find anything in the Battle Royal that I was, like, crazy about. There was nothing in the Battle Royal that blew my mind. There was nothing in there that, you know, unless you're going to get excited about seeing a load of people eliminate Omos at the same time. I don't even know if I can remember a single spot that was like a OMG spot. I mean, even in the Rumble, you got the Ricochet Logan spots. I can't even think of anything in the Battle Royal that happened that was anything. I can't remember anything about it. So yeah, for me, like, that really lacked anything of note. Whereas the MMA fight, I felt it had Really nice head kick, really good judo throws. Do you remember that knee as well when she stepped up, bang, delivered this knee? Looked brutal, man. Some of their striking looked really good as well. And we've seen a lot of bad striking in wrestling, but in that match, I thought there was some really good striking. But what I would say is that if you are someone that didn't like Ronda, seemingly she's gone now. You know, it's done. It's over. Don't worry about it. So Shayna, I think, comes out of it looking like a threat. I think Shayna has just been in a proper looking fight. And she's just managed to get past Ronda. And so now, hopefully, we can do something with Shayna where she can continue to move forward and look like a badass and actually be a challenge going forwards. And not get 50-50 booking or being inconsistent or whatever. So hopefully there will be a positive that comes out of it. And that would be that Shayna can now take some steps forwards and really get in amongst that kind of title picture, which I think she's been out of for far too long. You know, she was good down in NXT. But yeah, she deserves to be in amongst that mix a little bit more. So hopefully this will propel her there. Wrestling God said UFC 292 next weekend. Big Time said Collision 2 weeks ago did 739, but the past week it dropped to 388 against SummerSlam. At first glance, is that way above or below what you would assume is the crossover? Is that way above or below you would assume the crossover? What do you? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I think that Collision is doing well. I think that everyone that watches it seems to have praise for it. I haven't really seen, I don't know if I've seen anyone, but I might have seen someone that watched it. Yeah, I think I've seen someone actually that said they watched it and didn't really care for it. But I could count on one hand the amount of people that have said that. And I don't even know if I could count. I don't think I'd need more than one finger. So they're doing as good a job, I think, as they can, other than flooding it with massive shocks, surprises, big names, you know, trying to pop the rating, whatever. I feel like with Collision, they're sort of going about it the right way. You know, if they were to bring in a load of surprises, everyone would be like, yeah, they're popping the rating, but once these surprises run out, or once these Tony Khan announcements go away, then how are they going to pop the rating then, you know? And that would be a fair criticism. They're not really doing that. Like, they're just booking really great matches, and they're just, like, really showcasing the talent they've got, putting on the best show they can, impressing the people that tune in. And to be honest, getting the result, because getting nearly 800,000 people watching on a Saturday is, I mean, that is a really good number. That is Dynamite numbers, which, well, close to Dynamite numbers. You know, them getting nearly 800,000 when Dynamite has been down at 810. You know, I think Dynamite probably has done 790,000 as well in the past. But yeah, I think that 700 number was fantastic. So that was a bit, for me, that was a good dub for them. That was a big dub for Collision. I honestly, I wouldn't give a flip as to whatever the number was this week. If it had come out 100,000, I wouldn't have cared, because, you know, you're going up against the second, third biggest show of the year by WWE. SummerSlam has been going since 1988. You know, this isn't just a B pay-per-view. It's one of the pay-per-views. So I think we all knew that number was going to drop like a stone. I don't know that you could necessarily predict what the number would be. I think judging by Money in the Bank, I can't remember where it went to with Money in the Bank. Was that about the 400,000 range? So had it have gone to 100,000, I'm sure they would have been in tears. But for me, as someone that kind of is looking at the ratings just to kind of get a gauge as to where their business is, I don't take anything from that number. My point is, it could have been 100,000. I ain't bothered. But I would not look at it and think, oh my God, that show's dead. I would not think that. I would just think, let's have a look and see what they do next week when they're not up against a WWE premium live event. So I think they'll be pleased to get past it. And I think they'll be focused now on really building towards All in London, which is getting super close now, isn't it? It's getting super, super close. So obviously all eyes on this Saturday's number. So yeah, honestly, I didn't know that. I appreciate knowing what the number is because I didn't know what it was. But it's not. That's not something that I think. If you're if not you, but if anyone is bantering AEW about like this week's Collision number, like definitely go outside and touch some grass because this week's number was always going to be poor. And I think even they expected it to be poor. And it was always going to be well down on the 800,000. And I think that it's going to be more, what is next week? That's going to be the big one. What is next week? Who do you think Seth's next opponent will be? Will it be Damien, says Macca Rice? I don't think it'll be Damien because Damien's got the briefcase. So it doesn't need to be Damien. Why would... I mean, I suppose he could try and win it outright and still have the briefcase, but don't know. I sort of feel like Damien can just pick his moment. He doesn't need to. Why does he need to even try? Why does he need to put in the work and try and have a match? He might want to try and prove that he can do it and he doesn't need the briefcase, but I don't think that's a story they're looking to tell. So I don't think it's going to be Damien. I don't think it's going to be Damien. Days, do you remember WWF Livewire and Heat? I do, yes. I don't remember those shows. There's a whole list. You can go onto, it's really good actually. If you go onto Wikipedia, there is an entry that lists all the old shows, the web exclusive shows, everything that's has gone on throughout the years. It's going all the way back to like Heavyweight Championship, which I think was the name of their very first show in like the 60s, Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, and then going through like all the modern stuff as well, all the way through. So yeah, I do remember those. I never used to be able to watch stuff like that on a consistent basis though. I mean, throughout my life, I have had and not had very regular access to the shows because I've not always had Sky Sports and I've not always had like the sports channels. So it's not always been available to me to watch the shows. I've always found a way of keeping up with stuff and watching highlights or, you know, going around to friends or going around to family members or something like that. Like I've always kept in with it and I've always watched the pay-per-views. But yeah, there's definitely plenty of like SmackDowns, Raws, things from the past that I've not had chance to see, what with work and life and things getting in the way. But I've always kept up with results. I've always kept in with things. And if ever I have been like without the sports channels, it's normally not been for too long. I normally find a way of getting access to it somehow. Not always legally. Although actually, yes, always legally. Jay Bryant said, what do you think of having Seth versus Dom at Payback for the World Heavyweight Championship? Don't think I would do it just because there's no way Dom's winning. Feels a little bit like when Dom took on Cody. And so it's just very much like a stopgap. And it's just a bit like, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those where Dom ain't going to win the world heavyweight title. So it would just be a bit of a waste of a Seth match, I think. I mean, Dom is getting crazy boos, but I mean, he's got his, you know, NXT North American title and he can play with that for a little bit. So I would be looking at someone else. I'd be much more excited to just give Johnny Gargano a go, you know? Like do some sort of gauntlet match or do some sort of battle royal or do some sort of 2 fatal 4-ways and the winner gets the opportunity or whatever it might be. And just have like a shock, a surprise out of nowhere. Like someone that would be like, oh, I'd be down for seeing that match. Because could you imagine Johnny Gargano against Seth Rollins for a title and like you got Candice like in Johnny's corner or something like that, and he's not going to win, right? But the match itself should bang, should be awesome. Johnny was so good in NXT. Really hasn't had chance to really show it yet on the main roster, so plenty of people wouldn't be expecting it, but plenty of people would know as well, like what he's capable of. So I think if we did need to just get through Payback, like for some reason Seth's next big juicy feud is not quite ready yet, then, and we just need a stopgap, we just need someone, I could think probably of some people I would much rather watch have a go than Dominic Mysterio. L. Sean said, do you think we get Finn versus Seth round 2 tonight? I'm going to say no. Just because we don't tend to do rematches now under the Triple H regime. Like, if this was Vince, oh, he loved a good pay-per-view rematch, didn't he? He loved a good pay-per-view rematch. If he could do a rematch after a pay-per-view, he loved it. He loved it. So, yeah, if this was Vince, I think he'd be all over it. But Triple H, I'm not so certain. I'm not so sure. So I think there might be, I think the Judgment Day imploding might be our focus. I think that might be where we are looking tonight. Bob Jr., shout out to you, said, Raw is in my home city, but I can't go. Where are we tonight, Bob? Where are we? Where is home city, Bob? I never look to see where we are. I'm sure it does make a difference. We know that there are certain crowds that are louder than others, but by and large, it just always feels like the same flipping arena, doesn't it? That's something I wish they would do, is make the arenas feel a little bit more tailored to the places that we are. If we're in a certain state, show me something about that state. Bring in a local celebrity. Let's, have some sort of decoration that makes me think of that place. Like, I don't know, tell me some facts about that place. Show me the local food. I don't know, whatever. Just, there's never anything any different. We just always seem to come from the same arena. I swear we do, actually. I wonder if imagine if that's just the biggest conspiracy. It turns out WWE actually did come from the same arena every single week, but they just kept telling us that it was different places. But it turns out they've just got a little arena in Las Vegas, and they've just, in Hollywood, in LA, in Hollywood, on a set, they've just built an arena, and every week they're like, we're live from Texas, we're live from Philadelphia, we're live from London. And actually, they're just flipping in Studio 5B. Because it always feels the same. Always feels the same. We're in Minneapolis. Yeah, sure we are. Minneapolis. Why is that ringing a bell? Minneapolis is ringing a bell. I don't know why it's ringing a bell. Something about Minneapolis. Something's happening there, or something's happened there, or I don't know. Something about Minneapolis is like, oh, Minneapolis. I can't think what it is. A movie arena set. Let's go. No more welcome to the Usos penitentiary, said Cavalog. No more. It's over. Usos penitentiary has been knocked down. Amazing Gaming said, Days, would Finn versus Priest, Randy versus Riddle, Raquel versus Liv, Roman versus Solo, Jay versus Jimmy, Bailey versus Io versus Dakota be fun feuds? They would be fun feuds, yeah. Little bit samey in it. Little bit samey. How they're all obviously turning on each other. But listen, that's how it goes in wrestling. There's no such thing as friends in wrestling. It's not a thing. You've basically got opponents and future opponents. You've got friendly future opponents and actual current opponents. That's all wrestling is. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd be definitely down for seeing a lot of those matches you just listed. I like the Bailey, Io, Dakota triple threat. And I'm not a triple threat guy, but I've said before, if it's not for a title, I'm into them. Well, not into them, but I'm into them a bit more. I just think with the triple threat, they're very spot heavy. I think, we saw that with Asuka and Charlotte and Bianca. And to be honest, it wasn't until really we started to see a few moves that got a bit botchy and got a bit, that it kind of really brought the crowd. Like, as soon as Bianca went to the outsides, looked like she'd legit got injured. It felt to me like the match sort of started to change around that point. But before that, where we were just quite spot heavy and it was all, I don't think the crowd were really feeling it. So, but Gunther, Drew, Sheamus at WrestleMania was excellent. So you can have great triple threat matches, but I'll always take a singles match over a triple threat or a fatal four-way. But I think that Bailey, Io, Dakota, that could be a lot of fun, man. You can definitely put me down for that. Minneapolis is rumored to be the host of Mania 41. That might be it. There was something in my head about Minneapolis, and I was like, what is it? Something's happened there, or it's happening there. And I was like, and in my head, I was like, where was SummerSlam? And I was like, it's Detroit. I was like, no, it's not that. It's not that. I think you might be right. I think it might be the Mania 41 thing. Big Time Back said, WBD is reportedly again interested in WWE TV rights. Sean Ross Sapp brought up how they want WWE and AEW under the same umbrella and cross-promote. Well, good luck to them. That's not something WWE are going to be interested in, to be honest. Money talks, of course. Money talks, but why would WWE wanna help AEW? Because you've got to think as well that this is for, say, a 10-year deal. So they go to Warner Brother Discovery and they cross-promote with AEW and all that. Once that deal's up, they look for a new deal. They part ways. Well, they've just given 10 years of promotion to AEW, and now they're going off to somewhere else. Or AEW goes off somewhere else or whatever. I mean, they're not the same company. Why would WWE want to use their social media, their platform that they've spent how many years building up? Why would they want to use that to promote a rival company? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The only people that would win there would be Warner Brothers Discovery, because they would have both on their platform. And obviously AEW would win as well, but WWE, that does not benefit them at all. Can't see it. Jay Bryant said, I think Bron Breakker is going to show up on Raw today, then lose to Von Wagner tomorrow in his last NXT match. Yeah. Ilya, there's maybe a chance of that as well. You could do the same with Ilya, bring him in. Oh man, if we get Ilya tonight, I'll faint. I'll just faint. I'll just collapse on the floor. I'll be so excited. I'm really not prepared for anything like that, to be honest. Tonight it's not a free hit for them, right? It's not a free hit, but tonight is a show that I'm going in with pretty low expectations, actually. My expectations are, just give me some new feuds. Just give me something. I just want to be able to come out of this thinking, that was worth watching. I know what's next for Seth. I know what's next for Gunther. We've got a bit more build for Becky and Trish or whatever it might be. Blah, 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 right? That's my expectation. If we get anything above that, like someone comes in, call-ups, return, shocks, OMG moments, whatever, that's all bonus ball. If we fall below that, I will be disappointed. I don't think what I'm looking for is really anything unreasonable. Actually, what I'm looking for is what I would deem the bare minimum. You know, I don't want the nightmare scenario, which was brought up earlier. And the nightmare scenario is that all these wrestlers are pretty tired, beat up from SummerSlam. So we just do loads of pointless matches and we just sort of take this week off, right? So we'll do Alpha Academy against Viking Raiders, and we'll do Cody, Sammy, Kevin taking on, you know, Judgment Day. And we'll just do a load of matches that don't really matter, don't really mean anything, you know, just to kind of get through this week so that we'll sort it next week. We'll start stuff next week. Let's just get through tonight. We're coming out of a busy SummerSlam. You know, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want to feel like what I've tuned in. I've given you my time. I could be doing anything right now, but I've given you my time. So give me a show that I can get my teeth into. So that's what I'm looking for, and I'm sure that's what you're looking for as well. Bob Jr. says, do you think Roman will face Lashley in this reign? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say it'll be December into January. And because I think it's going to take him a little while just to get himself going. But I think by the time we get to the end of the year, I could see him going after Roman. And then as we said, next year, build towards WrestleMania. And I think that's when it'll be obviously the Rumble winner, which I think could be Cody, or the Elimination Chamber winner, which could be Cody, which then, you know, goes after Roman. So I think it's too soon for Bobby to go after him now. I'll be surprised if on Friday Bobby comes out and is the next challenger. I'll be surprised. You can do it, but it feels like we haven't done anything with this group. We don't know anything about this group. We haven't had a promo from this group. So I'd like to find out a bit more about them first and see how they work together first, before we move on to chucking them in there with Roman. The other thing as well is that Roman's only got Solo by his sides, whereas Bobby's got both of the Street Profits. So I sort of feel like that's something that would need to be addressed as well. So, yeah, I do think that Roman could face Bobby in this run. I think Bobby is an excellent opponent for Roman. But if it's going to happen, it'll be towards the end of the year. I'll tell you the only thing that does just make me go, and that is that they did attack Viking Raiders. Was it Viking Raiders? And Brawling Brutes. And they sort of seemed to me to be quite heelish. They took out both teams. They were sort of smirking. So I don't know if because we don't know anything about them. Don't know anything about them yet. So this is what's making it so difficult. But they seemed a little heelish. So it might be a case that they don't go up against Roman, because they might actually be like the team just below Roman. It might be Roman is your monster heel. Your next team down is this new faction. So we'll have to wait and see. But I would say they could be penciled in for December, January. Imperium versus Judgment Day. Priest cashes in on Volta, becomes the new Intercontinental Champion, says Jim. John said, I feel like Priest should be showing up during Roman's matches to tease a cash-in. Right. Don't know, to be honest. Don't know. I sort of feel like I don't think anyone's really believing that he's going to cash in on Roman. I don't believe he'll cash in on Roman. I don't know if we need to waste our time on that. Yeah, I don't know that we need to waste our time. My feeling on it is that Roman has been champion for 3 years. So is WWE going to want this reign to end by someone cashing in on him? I really don't think that's the way they want this to end. And I really don't think that's the way it should end. So for me, you know, he's on a show that has got a world title, and he can tease and cut promos and whatever, and, you know, to do with Seth and to do with that belt. And you can make it clear that that's the one he's got his eyes on. I don't know if we need to kind of waste our time, him, like, you know, going over. I suppose there'd be nothing wrong with him just making his presence felt, just coming out, having a little look. People online would be like, oh, you know, it might get a bit of chatter. But I certainly don't think every time Roman's having a match, Damian Priest should come running down. There was obviously no sign of him at SummerSlam. I'm not anticipating that we'll see him trying to cash in at Payback or anything. But could you bring him out once? Just to get that little chatter. Yeah, you could. I mean, it's not going to cost him anything, is it? Apart from a plane ticket to fly him over and get him to just do that. But I think I'd have him focused on Seth. Bob said Cody is kicking off Raw tonight. Well, we're only 6 minutes away. 6 minutes away. I hope you are sat down. I hope you are comfortable. I hope you are relaxed. I hope you are excited, because unbelievably, and I mean this, unbelievably, we have been streaming for nearly 2 hours. It has absolutely flown. And we are building, as we said, towards what I'm really hoping is going to be a very exciting episode of Raw. But as I said, my expectations are not getting too carried away. I'm keeping them in check. I just want a show that is going to set up a few new feuds. That is it. That's all I'm looking for. And if I get anything more than that, I'll be very pleased. Bray done wasted hella money on the build-up just to come back and wrestle for 3 minutes, said Zoe Killer. Yeah, I think there's a chance that he was injured and has been injured since he returned, and that might explain as to why he's not really been doing a great deal in the ring. So I don't know how much. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to know. I certainly don't think it was laziness. I don't think he's been lazy or anything along those lines. It's hard to know, without knowing what he's even going through, it's hard to know how much this thing has been affecting him. Or maybe he had like a physical injury and he's been out with like a mental injury. I just don't know. Now that Finn lost, should Judgment Day just jump Seth and cash in, says John. Well, I mean, that could be an option, but I think we might find ourselves in a situation where Finn and Damian are not quite on the same page, which might make that attack difficult, because I think Finn and Damian are going to be at each other's throats, and that feels like it's an issue that's going to need to be resolved before they are going to be able to work together to do whatever. Bray will return at the Rumble, said Frontlines. Lone Star Friend, shout out to you. McAvoy said, what WWE event was the best you ever went to? I went to a live show in Dublin. I got a photo with Mike Chioda and a handshake of John Cena. CM Punk. Mick Foley was there as well. That's amazing. That's amazing. Best. Oof, I don't know, man. It's really difficult, that is. It's really difficult. I actually don't think it's ever... I don't think there's been any Raw that I've been to. I think the best show that I've ever been to... I've got two. The first one would be the United Kingdom tournament final in Blackpool when Tyler Bate won the UK Championship. So that's when they launched like the UK brand and they crowned a new champ, and it was Tyler Bate. I was in the crowd for that. That was cool. The atmosphere was cool. Going to Blackpool. I mean, Blackpool it's a seaside town, and it's got like a bit of a theme park, right? Decent sized theme park, but nothing compared to Disney World or anything. Like, I mean, nothing compared to Disney World at all. Nothing compared to just Magic Kingdom on its own, right? But there is like on the seafront a bit of a theme park thing. There's like a tower as well, which is a little bit Eiffel Tower-esque. So you've got like a tower that goes up on the front, and it's always been a place that you go to for just like a really fun weekend. So if you're a kid in particular, you've got the beach, you've got that theme park, you've got the tower that you can go up. You've got loads of arcades. Loads of arcades, loads of arcade places where you can play on the video games, of course, but those kind of, those machines where you've got the coins and the things kind of, I don't know if you have them actually. I don't know if you have them. We have these machines where you put the coin in the top, it goes down, lands at the bottom, and there's like this moving platform, and it's got all the coins, and obviously it just moves like that. And you need to try and get your coin behind the other coins so that it like knocks them and then knocks them down into the tray at the bottom. So, but it's funny actually, because I used to go out with a girl from Poland. They don't have them in Poland. And she saw them and she was like, what the hell is that? And I was like, yeah, look at this. You put a coin in the top, goes down. And as that platform moves, you're trying to knock the coins off so that you win them, basically. Your one coin might become 10 if you can knock them all off. And she loved it, man. She was there all day, just chucking coins into this machine. So, but yeah, arcades, they've got those kind of things and everything. And, donkey rides, waxwork things, loads of stuff. So, yeah, going to that NXT UK tournament thing, which was in Blackpool, then you can have a really good weekend. So the show was good. Going to Blackpool was good. It was fun. Although Blackpool, it is worth saying, Blackpool, America has that BS game. Some places just give you tickets. Yeah, we've got the ticket one. Then you go to like the little booth and trade them in for like a rubber. A pencil. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd probably go with that. But I did love going to the NXT house show in Florida. If you go to Florida, try and get to an NXT house show. It's amazing. It's amazing. You get to see the superstar. You could have seen LA Knight in a room of 200 people. It's amazing. Raw time, let's go, says Christopher. Time to put the day's glaze on this episode of Raw. Popping it on, baby. Big Time said, I'm a number fanatic, but congrats on the most watched live stream. 90,000 as it stands. Cultaholic was 80. Wrestle Talk was 60. Oh, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. I don't look, to be honest, because I'm so busy. That's something that I really never look into, so I genuinely didn't even know. But this community is amazing. I've said it before. This community is so supportive. It's so hard as well in this day and age. I mean, it's so hard. That was the most watched SummerSlam ever, and look at those numbers. Like 90,000, 80,000, 60,000 for the most watched SummerSlam ever. I remember doing a SummerSlam. I think it was like 3 years ago or something like this. Did like nearly 200,000 views. People joined us for that show. It's stunning how saturated everything has become. Everything has become so. There's just so many people that are doing it. It's harder. It gets harder and harder. This is why I've got so much sympathy for AEW, because I look at them, I'm like, I know the struggle, man. I know the struggle. I know how hard you got to work to get any kind of attention. Like, yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. So I didn't know that. I appreciate that. Doesn't change anything though. Hopefully we can have a good show tonight. Tails, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I mean, look, I just love it. I love doing it. I wish I'd started earlier for SummerSlam. I mean, I got to the end of that. It was like a 9-hour stream. I felt great. I felt great. I felt like we could have done another 9 hours. The only thing is that my voice was going a little, and I knew that, like, I mean, I wanted to do the. I still haven't done the recap for SummerSlam. I haven't had time. Because we uploaded the toy hunt. I worked on the defining moments video that went up. I put a few reaction clips up as well, which I had to sort. So I didn't get time to do the recap. So I still need to do that. No one's going to be interested in it now, though, but I still need to do it. Raw has begun, but of course, we are watching a video package right now where we're just going through lots of things that played out at SummerSlam, all the drama that went down. Can someone show up for the shock factor tonight, says you lot. I hope so. Callum, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's one of those where I think I've said it before. You know, I mean, like, I used to work in retail, and I think that served me so well because I know how hard working in retail is. I did it for 15 years. And I know how hard like this is as well, but yeah, it's just all hard. Everything's hard. Nothing is easy. Nothing. A lot of this stuff looks fun and looks like super easy, but I promise you it's not. So that's why, like, people's kind words and everything, and people joining us, and the support that's shown, it does continue to mean a lot. And as I said, I started the stream earlier by thanking people, but it's probably right that I do it again because there'll be people around now that weren't around earlier. So a big thank you for everyone that joined us on Saturday and is here right now. Love you all. Not you though, James Chadwick. Not you. Don't like you. Highest grossing, right. 5 minutes in, we're about to get going, baby. Michael Cole back on the show. Yeah, thank God Cole is back, said Chris. Okay, so Cody is coming out. Cody Rhodes. Channeling in my soul. So it's going to be Cole, Kevin Patrick, and Corey Graves on SmackDown. Is about to blow. Here's Cody. Everyone battles for attention. People say they're gravitating to streaming when in reality we don't know where consumers go. I think they go everywhere, to be honest. I think they go everywhere. I think there's so much choice. I mean, you know, even SummerSlam, if you're a casual fan, you know, you could go out for a meal, get back and watch that on Peacock at midnight, you know? You didn't need to watch it live. Yeah, if you're like, oh my God, I'm a big fan, I need to watch it. But if you're a casual fan, you're going out with parents or whatever, and ain't nothing getting spoiled. You could easily go out and then watch it on catch up. Like, just so many different ways to consume content now, you know? You could be at that meal watching it on your phone, couldn't you? What do you want for a starter? What? Oh my God, what's Solo doing? Oh my God. Are you sure you want steak? Yeah. Well done, baby. Right, Cody in the ring. Don't be surprised if Cody challenges Roman for his title. Just hearing about Sonia Deville, she will vacate the title. Yeah, yeah. Sad, very sad. I feel sorry for Chelsea Green as well. Cody versus Volta or Braun versus Bobby. Cody chants, loud Cody chants. Right, we are 8 minutes in, and I feel like only now is really where we need to start really dialing in. Roman's worst nightmare sign. What do you want to talk about? Sign in the crowd said Roman's worst nightmare, but it was all in Cody Rhodes' colours. Cody. Big Cody chance. Big Cody chance. So... Minneapolis. So, if that is your real name. Okay, big smile on Cody's face. Let's talk about one of your own. Let's talk about a beast. Oh yeah, this is true actually. I mean, for Cody to get this reaction in Brock's home state. There's a cheer for Brock there, so there should be. I've had the privilege. I've had the honor. I've had the misery of standing across from the beast. Is he talking about Marco Stunt? Is he talking about Marco Stunt? He did stand over for Marco Stunt in AEW. I enjoy all these lives, Michael. These lives enjoy having you around as well. Appreciate the support, dude, as we're just seeing an image of Cody and Brock shaking hands from SummerSlam this past Saturday. Not just his home state, his hometown, says Adam. That makes it even more impressive. Brock Lesnar acknowledged you. So Cody said he feels on top of the world. Feel like I could beat anybody. Oh, this is like where I want us to bring in some killer now. Seth Rollins. Oh, has he got those new boots? I knew he would get them if he has. There's Crocs that have been done. Are they the Croc ones? Are they the Croc ones? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They were doing the rounds online. He had the red ones before, do you remember? And they've now partnered with Crocs. They've made Croc versions. And of course he's bought the Croc versions. Of course he's bought them. The red ones he had before was great. I'd never seen the red ones. Apparently they did the rounds online. But these ones, these are the Croc versions. Crockety Croc. Whoa, whoa. Turn it down. Seth needs to beat Cody in his own mind, or he isn't the best on Raw, said Knight Rider. LA Dark Knight said, I want them boots. HY said WWE's biggest fan. Big yellow boots. Steph's a joke, says David. Right, crowd singing away as Seth stands in the ring in his lovely boots, his lovely Crocs. Minneapolis, Minneapolis. Malcolm. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. Minneapolis, welcome to Monday Night Rollins. Right, let's see what he's going to say here, Seth. Consider this me returning the favor. Cody's like, all right, yeah, fine. Beat you 3 times. Had an injured boob as well. Did I hear you right when you said you felt like you can beat anyone? Yeah, you did. That's what he said. I was here. Let's put that feeling to the test. Let's put that feeling to the test. So Seth wants another match. Are we getting it? Looks like we're getting Judgment Day. Oh my God, it's going to be the nightmare scenario, isn't it? Oh my God, it's going to be Cody and Seth versus Judgment Day in the main event, isn't it? Oh my God. In a nothing match. In a match that doesn't matter. Why does Rhea Ripley look like John Lennon? She looks like a flipping Beatle. She's got a new hairdo. Got you something. Do, 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 do. I wanna hold your hands. Your hands. She could go into a Beatles tribute, I swear, man. Mop top era Beatles. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. No Finn, by the way. No Finn Balor. No Finn Balloon. We do have Dominic. We do have John Lennon. We do have Damian Priest. Lots of booze for Dom Dom, dirty Dom Dom, dibbity Dom Dom. Rhea is cringe. Mammy looks beautiful. It's a mushroom cut. Put the nightmare scenario out into the universe and it appears to happen, said Al Sean. You are to blame for this. If this comes true, you will be blacklisted from this community. Somehow it'll be your fault. Right, let's talk about Dirty Dom putting his title on the line down in NXT. What we doing here? What we doing here? Come on, what we doing? Dirty Dom's got the microphone. Dirty Dom Dom. What's he gonna say? Rhea Ripley is wearing a wig and she wants to show it off. Oh, there's Finn. Finn attacks Seth. Finn attacks Seth. Shots coming in there by Finn. Now here's Sammy and Kevin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, oh my God. No. No. No, oh sure, no. Seth, Cody, Sammy against Judgment Day. Is that going to be the main event? Oh God, not the nightmare scenario. Can't believe it. Six man is a botch, said Charles. This is predictable, said Theodore. I've got a solution. Yes, walk away. Walk away. That's my solution. 3 of you go to the back. There's 3 of us in the ring. Yeah. Tonight, yeah. How about we stay out of each other's way? Me and my friends will go away. Sami Zayn. And the World Heavyweight title, yeah, we're going to leave. You're going to leave, yeah? Oh, he's going to take him on. Ah. Oh, Cody wants a match. Oh. The only silver lining is, did we find out what was next for Cody and Seth? Is it each other? Like, will there be something in that match later that is going to set that up? Or was that just to get us here? Was that just... If it was just for this match, and we still don't know what's next for Cody and Seth? Bit of an L in it. It's a bit of an L. It's not a big L, but it is a bit of an L. All I wanted tonight was, like, to find out some next steps. And then, you know, maybe a little surprise. Maybe. You know, little something. You know, like when your tuff comes out and put it under your pillow, you wake up, you've got $1. You know? Just a little surprise. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Something feels familiar, says Dylan. Cody versus Seth is worse, said PDX. Cody Seth is strange because both need the win. Right, earlier today, Ricochet talking to Adam Pearce about getting nailed. Did you see the footage of ref's decision is final? That was Saturday. Here's Chad's, Chomper, Riddle. What's this? What's this? Fatal four-way. Winner. Winner faces Gunter. Winner faces Gunter. Chad would be a good winner, but I don't think it's time. Tonight we're in Chad Gable's neck of the woods. He's talking about his homecoming. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome, bro. Right, is that now? Yeah, it's now. Okay. I don't hate this, but my only problem is I sort of feel like Chad could be the one. He could be the one. But I don't think the record is close yet. We'll have a look in a sec. We'll have a look. Ricochet versus Tommaso Ciampa versus Riddle versus... Chad. Winning, and he's the one I forgot. Right, I'm going to have a look and see where are we with the Intercontinental Championship. Intercontinental Championship. Bang. Go down. Let's go down. Where are we? Where are we? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, Honky Tonk Man's record. He's just the Honky Tonk Man. Honky Tonk Man. Honky Tonk Man is 454. 454. Gunther is 423. Still 30 days. Still a month. So the winner of this ain't going to wait a month. I don't even know. In fact, I don't think that Payback is going to be enough. I don't even think that Payback, if he wins at Payback, if we set this for Payback, I think even that might be too soon. Maggie impression. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think the winner of this is getting it. The man is almost 80. He's had lower back surgery. He's not to blame for this steaming cow dung. Oh, whoa, hang on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have we lost the chat? Have we lost the chat? I was doing a Maggie Simpson impression. I look down in the chat and there's people like, Vince is bucking. This is garbage. Whoa. Hey, this match is okay, isn't it? Chad, Tommaso, Ricochet, Riddle. Little triple threat thing. It's okay, isn't it? No? Here's Tommaso. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Liam said dead crowd. Who's in the match? Ricochet, Ciampa, Riddle, Chad. Fire Vince. Fire Vince. Do you know what? It's about time someone said it. It's about time someone said it. Fire Vince. He's had it too easy for too long. Shoosh, here we go. Here's Chad. There is Maxine Dupree. Maxine and Otis supporting Chad as he's making his way down to the ring. It's not getting a rousing reaction. It's not quite the LA night pop. First time in 25 years, WrestleMania comes from Philadelphia. A solid reaction, said Gerald. Andy said, I love Endeavor so much. I love Endeavor. I'm an Endeavor stan. That's a country, isn't it? I think that's a country. Round the back, Chad, grabbing Tommaso. Right, we're underway. Gable chants. WrestleMania 40 will be huge, says Erase Your Mind. That is breaking news. That is breaking news. I really hope Ricochet wins, says Daniela. If there's any justice, Gable wins this, said Dr. Silveridge. I love a first hour ad free, said Stephen. Is that what we've got? Have we got first hour ad free? Didn't even notice. Is that where we are? Are we first hour ad free? Hey? Okay. Godfather's Ho said Days firing it up better than Orton did on The Fiend. SummerSlam was mid. Best match was Paul Ricochet. I love Hogan Paul. Hogan Paul. Hogan Paul. Thank you. Well, the crowd have woken up a little here. Thank you. I love Hogan Paul. Glad WWE went with heel. R.I.P. Frankie the Parrot. Has he passed away? Chug Red Bull, thanks. Shout out to you, my friends. Riddle and Chad both had ankle locks applied. Both are in the ring and they do a horrible backing into each other thing. That was like something out of a flipping cartoon where they're like backed up and back. Oh, what was that? Backed into each other. Nice crowd reaction for Chad Gable, though. Lasting over 5 minutes in a 5-minute challenge, says Jim. Will you stream the AJ fight this weekend, said Wrestling God. That was the plan, but I don't know who he's facing now. I don't know what the situation is. Boot coming in there by Tommaso. Don't forget, we got the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. That's on its own channel. It's the weekly podcast that we do. And I will gladly play your audio clips, video clips, as long as they're the right side of PG, Make them about a minute long, but your thoughts on Raw, your thoughts on SummerSlam, your thoughts on the next steps for whoever. When is Bray coming back? When is Orton coming back? When's Big E coming back? Whatever it is you want to talk about, put it into a little clip, audio, or you can do it as video as well. Send it to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. wrestlingdays@gmail.com. And I'll pop it in tomorrow's episode. Wrestling Escape Pod. It's got its own channel, as we said, and it's live from 6 Eastern. So, yeah, we're going to look to try and get some more community thoughts involved. But we've got plenty to go through anyway. I mean, obviously, coming off the back of SummerSlam, and we will have all of Raw to break down. Pele kick there by Ricochet. Bob Jr. said, I love my home city. Well, yeah, they were loud for the Cody bit. They were right behind Cody. Little quiet as these guys came out, but they've now got behind. Chad. Ricochet going to the outsides. Omar said SummerSlam was not a good show. Ezra said, Days, who faces Seth at Payback? Well, we don't know. We were waiting to find out. I mean, it looked like it might have been Cody, but that might have just been derailed. Tommaso is... we've got a multi-person spot. Okay. You gotta be kidding me! Even Gunther's laughing at that. So, Ricochet was in the corner. Riddle was looking to... Well, it's just a multi-person spot, wasn't it? Ricochet lands pretty nasty out of it, though. Ricochet definitely gets the worst of that mess. Knee strike there by Tommaso. Ankle lock being applied by Chad. Gunther. Look at these clowns. That's what he's thinking. That mat is sacred to Gunther. Sacred. Backstage watching on who is going to face the Ring General. Ankle lock being applied. Knee strike there by Riddle. Riddle grabbing Chad's. Powerbomb. Knee strike there by Riddle. 1, 2. Oh, shooting star by Ricochet. Oof. A bro sploder. Kick coming in there by Tommaso. Looking for... Oh, I thought... No, man. Knee strike by Riddle. Pretty brutal. Ciampa goes back into the corner. Riddle grabbing him. Putting him in the corner. Setting him up for Summer. Chop coming in. Climbing up. Bro chants from the crowds. Bro, bro, bro. Here we go. Riddle looking for a superplex. Gets it. Big superplex. Nice. Oh. Oh, they both scouted it. 2. My God. Big superplex. Then out of nowhere, Chad and Ricochet both splash. But both Riddle and Tommaso seem to have that scouted. It was a shooting star from Ricochet. But it resulted in both guys getting rolled up. I think they're chanting, "This is awesome," but I don't... Oh. Yeah, they are. It didn't sound like they were very convinced at first. The crowd were like, "This is awesome," I think. This is awesome. Is it awesome? Did get a bit of steam, though, the more they were saying it. I have to say, though, it's one of the weakest "This is awesome" match. With "This is awesome" chants I've ever heard. Shots coming in by Riddle. Can't take Riddle seriously being barefoot. Looks like he didn't finish getting ready, said John. We're basically watching the loser. We all know that he's going to retain, said Theodore. Oh, stomps. More people should do that. Stomp on the legs of Riddle. Stomp there by Tommaso. Ricochet goes to the outsides. Over the top to the outside goes Chad. Forearm strike there by Riddle. Riddle, springboard to the outside. Just landed. Oh, little DDT there by Tommaso. Now Ricochet got... Poor Chad, man. Chad got knocked out by Riddle, got back up to his feet, and then got wiped out by Ricochet. He ain't done nothing wrong. All the poor man's trying to do is get back to his feet. That's all the poor man's trying to do. Here's Ciampa. Picks up Ricochet. Oh, double knees. Double knees. Backstabber. 1, 2. Kick out by Ricochet. Kick out by Ricochet. Kick out by Ricochet. Hodgepodge Fun said, I don't think Riddle deserves a championship match. Ricochet's had a lot of chances. For me, it's between Chad and Tommaso. I prefer Tommaso. Oh, Riddle planting. Tommaso as Chad with the flying headbutt. Don't get it. I don't understand. I really don't get it. I don't understand why it's allowed. I don't know why they allow it. I don't know why Triple H has not stopped that. I know we live in a world that some people can think can go a little bit too far with the health and safety stuff, but oh man, I just think you've got to be so careful with the head stuff, the head button, you know. In the corner goes Riddle. Double knees there by Ricochet. Roll up into a German Ciampa with like a famouser. He goes into the corner. Roll up by Chads. Picking up Tommaso. Bridging over. Man, that was pretty sick. And I got it as well. Chad gets the win. Chad Gable picks up the victory. Real power on display there as Chad Gable showing that he is ready to take that next step. He's going to get a shot at Gunther, and that match one-on-one is going to bang. That is going to bang one-on-one. Gunther with a smile on his face, a smirk on his face. They've faced before, obviously last week. Don't know, have they said when the match is going to be? I don't think we know, do we? I don't know. Chad Gable is getting a push. Hard to match. Ciampa is buried, said Jarrett. That was better than all of SummerSlam, said Tamar. Chris said, I love Chad. He deserves a good push. He's been loyal and solid performer for years. Can Gable somehow get the job done? So Chad celebrating on the outside of the ring. Who's he pointing at? Ah! Is that his son? I hope it's his kid, either that or he's just stolen that child. He's just grabbed a child, put him on his shoulders, gives him a kiss. That kind of thing shouldn't be affecting me. I'm a red-blooded male. I go hunting and fighting and, you know, spitting and gambling. That's what I like to do. Aww. Thank you. And he was in the little singlet as well. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh man, that little bit at the end where he gives him a kiss and he says to him, I love you. That's more emotional than when Shawn Michaels put Ric Flair down. Stupid Gunther and his stupid records. I hope he loses now. I'm a fully signed up member of the Chad Gable Fan Society now. Round these parts, we stand Chad Gable. I don't want Cody anywhere near the World Heavyweight title. I want him solely on the WWE Undisputed Championship. Kurt Angle's grandson. Where is... Wanted to find a picture of it. There'll be images. There'll be people flipping melting on social media over that. Listen, if it's hit my cold heart in the feels, then it's definitely hit social media's cold heart in the feels. So just a video package at the moment for Brock and Cody. There we go. Let's hit the screen. Oh, look at it. There he is with his kids. Let's do a quick video. I think this is video worthy. Breaking news coming out of Raw. We've found out who Gunther's next challenger is going to be. We don't know when it is at this stage. We don't know if it's going to be at Payback or in a few weeks on Raw. But we've just had a fatal four-way. It was won by Chad Gable. And he went over. His son was in the crowd. His son was wearing a singlet as well. I think his son is a fully signed-up member of the Alpha Academy, and he ran around, gave him a kiss, told him that he loved him. It was amazing scenes. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Chad Gable has won the opportunity to face Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. Right, we're backstage. The show moves on. So obviously we've got a drama and we've got issues between Cody and Seth. Sammy said he's sick of dealing with the Judgment Day. He's been dealing with the Judgment Day for months. So right now we're backstage with Seth, Cody, Sammy, and Sammy's making some good points here. He's saying that Kevin is on the shelf because of the Judgment Day. Okay, apparently everyone's cool. Apparently everyone is cool. Doesn't feel cool. This doesn't feel cool. Let's both walk away pretty moody. This doesn't feel cool. You know, if I had a cold heart, and I do, you could make an argument that that was a planned moment by Chad Gable to purposefully hit us in the feels. To purposefully hit us in the feels, make us go, oh, I love him. You know, his son's there, he's in the front row, he's grabbed him, he's celebrated, he's kissed him on camera. I love you, son. I love you. If I was bitter and twisted, But, you know, I could be like, oh, he's doing it just to get himself over. But then that's what you should do. You know, you get a little bit of TV time. You should maximize your TV time, and that's what he's done. Whatever his motives, it was a lovely moment. And it's one that shows me that I do actually have some sort of emotion. And I just want to thank Chad for that, because I really thought I was dead inside. Honestly, I didn't think there was anything going on. Right, oh man, this is going to be so video package heavy tonight, isn't it? So video package heavy. I mean, right, if you're just watching going, what's happening, what's happening? Nothing. We're just looking at another video package. This time it's the Roman video package. Are they shoving it into this hour because this hour is commercial free? So they don't want to give away too much. So they're just going to shove all the video packages into this first hour. What if Sammy turns heel on Seth tonight and he is the next opponent? Oh. That's a bit like what happened with Cody and Brock, innit? They were tagging and then Brock turned on Cody. So, yeah, I really like it. I'd love that. All we are saying is give Sammy a chance. And then Sammy wins and he becomes a world champion. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'd love that. That better happen now. Wrestle with that. That better happen. Okay, so we're just seeing, obviously, the betrayal. Oh, I really like that. Hashtag give Sammy a chance. The women's tag titles are cursed, said John. Okay, so Sammy, Seth, Cody, all trying to get onto the same page tonight. All trying to get onto the same page. But that betrayal, if it does come, will be awesome. I love that idea. It's such a good idea. Hail to the... Okay, we got the Miz backstage. Who's that? Who's that boomer? I'm gonna need you to wait, she says. What's he waiting for? LA Knight. Is it gonna be LA Knight Miz? Is that the next feuds? So LA Knight is having his pictures taken. I wonder if people will be upset about the whole brand split thing, or because it's LA Knight, will it be fine? Right, here's Shinsuke. For the record, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Right, what's Shinsuke doing? I really hope Randy comes out tonight, says Room. I would love it, but I'm not expecting it. Wade said that this Friday, Jimmy is returning to SmackDown to acknowledge the Tribal Chief. Is Jimmy back with the Bloodline? Don't know, buds. I mean, I don't think so. Unless it turns out that there's been some sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations. I don't know how I'd feel about that, though, if that's the direction they're taking that story. Shinsuke's got a score to settle tonight, and here comes Bronson Reed. Mitchell, can we take a second to count how many woes are in entrances right now? Feel free. That's not something that I am going to be able to partake in because I always have the sound turned down, don't I? So I will definitely miss some woes. Yeah, that Jimmy thing is really interesting. Wade said Jimmy is going to acknowledge Roman. I hope it doesn't go that way. It's a really, really good point. It's a really good point. Tom said, how do you stay awake? Saturday SummerSlam, Raw, no, Friday. Yeah, so I'm just on a different time to everyone else in the UK. I'm on US time. Yeah, that Jimmy thing is really interesting. Really interesting. Jarrett said, I think Jimmy was solely working alone. The reason behind it is Jay does not want Jay to become the tribal chief. Yeah, but if he has just said that Jimmy is going to acknowledge him, I mean, was it just a throwaway line? Bob Jr. said Payback, Jay versus Jimmy in a street fight. Tell you what, though, if we are going to do Bobby and Street Profits versus Roman, he needs two people by his side. And just having Solo wouldn't be enough, would it? So having Jay as well would be that other person. I don't know what we do with Jay. Oh, yeah, that is really interesting. Really interesting. Okay, so we are underway with Shinsuke and Bronson, and we're 50 minutes into the show. 50 minutes into the show. Mitchell said Gable and his son are going to win the tag titles. Okay, kick there by Shinsuke. I'm so sick and tired about this feud. What about you? Yeah, this isn't really a feud, is it? I mean, like, I don't even know what's going on. It's been these two, and like Tommaso's been involved, and it's not been very satisfying. They've just sort of been getting in each other's ways, and there's not really much filling to this. If this was a sandwich, it would be nothing but bread. Shoulder tackle there by Bronson. Why are they feuding? I don't know. Lols. Because it's this or catering. I could see Lashley Profits versus Roman Solo Jimmy. Maybe Jay defeats Theory for the US title, says Liam. Yeah. Definitely could do some stuff with Jay on his own. Bronson has got Nakamura on his shoulder. Oof. Tries to drop down onto Nakamura. Nakamura gets out the way. Kick there by Nakamura. I mean, what I will say is, I think from a matchup point of view, it's good. From a putting two people in the ring, let's go point of view, I ain't got no issue with Shinsuke Nakamura and Bronson Reed. Shinsuke Nakamura, former IWGP heavyweight champion. Bronson Reed, someone that was, making some waves in NXT. I think he went over to New Japan as well. Wasn't he Jonah? I think he went by the name Jonah and was doing some interesting stuff. So I think both of these are credible. I think it's a credible, fun feud, but there is nothing to it, is there? Bob Jr. said, my name is not actually Bob. It's Logan Murphy. Don't know how I feel about that. It's very hard for me to know if you're telling the truth because your profile name is Bob Jr. It's tricky. It's tricky. Bob Jr., why are you pretending that you're not Bob Jr.? Please respond. Shinsuke gets knocked down there by Bronson. Mitchell said, yeah, but your name says Bob, so we call you Bob. Yeah, that's a great fact. That's the truth. We're quite simple round these parts. We got Shinsuke on the outside as Bronson Reed goes over. Kick coming in by Shinsuke. Bronson stumbles back. Bronson, this show might really get going once we get past this first hour. Right, commercial break. Commercial break. The show might get going now. The reason why I say that is because normally what you do is you do something interesting that hooks people to then get them to come back after the commercial break. If you do a commercial-free hour, you don't need those hooks. You don't need that compelling content. I mean, yeah, you do run the risk of people just going, but if you've got some good stuff coming up in the next 2 hours anyway, more than likely people will stick around. So I think we've flooded this first hour with video packages and things that are just a bit... And hopefully the good stuff is in hour 2 and hour 3. So... Right, well, we're towards the end of the first hour. It hasn't felt necessarily essential viewing, but I did enjoy the Chad Gable winning and celebrating with his son moment. So, you know, at least we got that. Bob Jr. said, in school, everyone says Bob Jr., so I used it. Everyone says Bob Jr. Hang on. So, why does everyone in school call you Bob Jr.? That would suggest that your dad is sort of well known. Because why would they refer to you as Bob Jr.? They would have to know Bob and then call you Bob Jr. Who is Bob? Why is your father so well known? Oh God, I hope he's not a murderer. Oh, no. What if he's, like, killed a load of people or something? Do you know what I mean? These are meant to be fun streams. It's going to be hard to make that fun. Although, I will be excited by the challenge. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Days. Name is not Days. Well, we don't know that. They're setting up the next batch of feuds. Days is a conspiracy. I can't even say it. I don't think I am because I can't even say it. Conspiracy. There we go. Conspiracy theorist. Well, all I'm saying is when went to school, no one called me by my dad's name and just added Junior at the end. That's a very American thing to do, isn't it? It's a very American thing to do, actually. We don't do that here. Did you run out of names or something? I don't. What happened? What happened? Why did you have like a load of Billy Bobs running around and then all of a sudden the kid became Billy Bob Jr.? You know, what happened? Did you run out of names? Could have been an Alan, couldn't he? Could have been Fred. Could have been Derek. But no, went with the old Billy Bob Jr. Has anyone ever seen a Billy Bob Jr. Jr.? That is a nickname. My dad's name is Brian. Your dad's name is Brian, but people call you Bob Jr.? What the flip is going on? What's going on, mate? Your life is a mess. You scam. I mean, I think you're still at school, so I probably do need to dial it down a little bit. Your life is confusing. How are you Bob Jr.? But you're using the name Bob Jr.? I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it. Don't understand. I feel like you are the living embodiment of the Uncle Howdy storyline. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Bob Jr. is a nickname. Who has a nickname of Bob Jr.? Who just... Is that your dad's? No, that's not my dad. My dad's called Brian. What? What? Huh? My real name's Logan. My dad's Brian. My friends call me Bob Jr. Oh. Well, that all checks out. Well, that all makes sense. Mitchell said, no, an American thing is to address people by their last name. It's one of the most annoying things ever. What do you mean? Like, hello, Mr. Jenkins. Bob Jr. said, that is my friend Max's nickname. Sorry for lying. Oh, I'm proper confused. I'm out. Oh my God. I'm out. I don't even know what's going on. Who the hell's Max? Who the hell's Max? Proper. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that Shinsuke and Bronson are still competing. That's all I know. This match is still going on. Bob, Logan, Brian Jr., Billy Bob, whatever you want to be called. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I don't care. God bless you. God bless you for joining us. I hope you are well. I hope Logan is well. I hope Max is well. I hope your dad Brian is well. I hope the whole family is well. I hope everyone's enjoying Raw. Oh, big boy starting to feel it, says Wade Barrett. Big boy starting to feel it. Little smirk on the face. We need a DNA test. Yeah, this has turned into a full-blown Jerry Springer episode, hasn't it? We need to find out who the real father is. We need to find out who the real dad is of Logan, because it turns out it's not Bob. It's not Bob. We think it's Brian, but we're not sure. What if it's Max? Oh, big splash there by Bronson. Kinshasa connects. Kinshasa connects. Bob's Burgers. I've seen some. Oh, there it is. Another Kinshasa. Down goes Bronson. 1, 2. Gets him, baby. Gets him. Bob Jr. said, Max is my friend. I'm dying with laughter now. Okay. You don't have to keep super chatting, buds. It is possible to send in messages without super chatting. Don't need to do that. I want to get that message out there, my friends. I don't want to be, I don't want Logan and Brian and Barbara and Tiffany, whoever else is in your life coming after me, having a go at me. Shinsuke picks up the win with a Kinshasa. Hard-fought victory there, and I don't quite know where that's going to leave Bronson Reed. Bronson has been demoted to Bastion Booger level. Bob Jr. botch. Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Samantha said, I've got no interest in this match. I've just been waiting for it to be over. It's just like life, innit, really? Right, backstage, we are looking at Rhea attacking Liv. Batista Jr. So much for pushing the young talent, said Chris. Does not bode well for a Reed push now, does it? Okay, last week we had Raquel and Rhea. Bob Jr. is a chill guy. Oh, I don't even know if Bob Jr. exists. J.J.A. Anderson, shout out to you, my friend. Celebrate the first chat from J.J. Anderson. Normally there's a much bigger one when it's like a first chat in it. You've only got a little one there, mate. YouTube have done you dirty. It's normally like balloons and stuff. Oh, there's Candice and Indy. Raquel still not ready. Sorry, mate. Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry. Being comforted by Candice and Indy. Here's the man. Right, so we are picking up. Start of hour 2. We are picking up. Dun, 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 dun. What's on his wall? Anatomy of the brain? Anatomy of the brain? Jeez. What kind of things are they expecting to treat backstage if they need an anatomy of the brain poster? I could understand if there was like something to do with bones and whatever, but what the flip do they need an anatomy of the brain poster for? Doctor, we've had there's been an incident. Oh, the brain's gone everywhere. Can we put it back together? I've scraped it up into a jug. Have you got a poster that we can reference to try and put this brain back together? Well, that piece goes there. I think that's the back bit in it. Is that the back bit? I think that bit goes there. It's not really sticking. Anyone got blue tack? It's not really there we go. That'll do. There you go, Mr. McMahon. Maybe that's what went wrong. Who knows? Anatomy of the brain of all the flipping posters. Not bones or ligaments. The brain? Can't get my head around it. Right, let's try and catch up with some of these. J. Oh, I've just gone on to a different one, and it looks a lot better on this one. Perhaps YouTube didn't do you dirty after all, JJ Anderson. Don't like to see people get mistreated. Coach Coat said, Daisy, let me whisper in your hair and Michael's something that you want to hear. I think that's... Yep. Coach Co, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're well, mate. Tell you what, Bob Jr., pray to any god that you follow that Kojiko isn't your secret father, because that's going to be some very complicated conversations around Christmas time and birthdays and what family meetings going to be a flipping nightmare. I struggle at decoding the messages I get on the streams, let alone sitting down for like Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner. Mitchell said, it's total irony. We've got Anatomy of the Brain poster whilst Chad Gable is throwing headbutts. Ah, maybe it's for him. You're right. Maybe it's for Chad's. So when he comes in and he's like, oh my God. And they're like, where does it hurt? He's like, oh, it's right here. And they're like, oh, that's your vortex. That's your orbital vortex. And he's like, oh, can we do anything? No, but we do know what it's called because we've got this poster right here that tells us. But you can't help me. No, there's actually no way of helping you. What you need to do is maybe not do the flying headbutts anymore. That's our advice. Thanks, Doctor. Thank you. JJ Anderson, you didn't get the balloons that time, buds. Didn't get the balloons that time. Denied. Days, everyone, I hope you are well. KC, shout out to you. Days, what if Ice Cube and Cold Water take on the Mysterios versus KO and Sammy for the undisputed tag belts? Ghost Banana returns to cost KO. Sammy loses to Ice and Cold. Would that make an epic match, says Bradley. Well, I think it would be more entertaining than Shinsuke and Bronson. That's what I'll say. Which was a perfectly fine match, but I did find myself getting distracted by the fact that Bob Jr. seems to be a convict that's got some kind of false identity that seems to be crumbling before our eyes. That was just quite a compelling distraction. So I'm sure the match was fine, but I did find myself wanting a little bit more. Coach Co said popcorn 230 or 150. Coach Co, shout out to you. I hope you will. Hope you well, mate. Hope you're enjoying. Is by the comments, and it's not that we get loads of negative comments. We just get more random comments because I think people just sort of smash their faces into the keyboards and just sort of hope that words come out. Just as a distraction, really. Just as a distraction. So, yeah, I would say that subconsciously the reviews don't look too good for this week's show so far. But I've got high hopes that this ship is going to be turned around. JJ Anderson said, when do you think Bray will return? I'm probably having a little glance towards Friday, but don't know, to be honest. Don't know. I don't know that I should be glancing in that direction. I'm not going to glance too long. I'm not going to glance too long. It's just a little glance. It's just a little flirty thing. But it's hard to say in it. I mean, there's been no news. In a loving embrace. Right, we were at commercial break. We're just coming back from commercial break. We're backstage with Maxine Dupree. Oh. Here's Imperium. Ludwig. Said he just came by to congratulate Gable. Get out of our locker room. I've had my eyes on you. You've got all the potential. Some people around here are just better than others. So I think he's sort of saying that she's better than Alpha Academy. Slap. She didn't slap him very hard. That was one of the most polite slaps. Oh! That was done well. He went like that and he was like, and when he turned around, it was Otis. It was done well. That was done well. I'll see you too, Maxine. She ain't feeling it. I'm very good at reading body language. She ain't feeling it. She's not interested. It's a no. Logan Murphy, shout out to you. I can't even read what that says. Oh, that's better. You're number one. Logan Murphy, shout out to you, my friend. Is that Bob Jr.? Is that Bob Jr., but the real Bob Jr.? Is that the real Bob Jr.? Going by a fake name now. Is that you, Bob Jr.? Going by a pretend name? Bob Jr., please respond. Why are you going by a fake name, Bob Jr.? This show is going to be slow. Logan said, this is the old Bob Jr. Hi, old Bob Jr. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. In my mind, you got like a big white beard. You love boats. Got a captain's hat, but you was never a captain. Who's that? It's old Bob Jr. Right, here's the man, Becky. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. James said, Days, great toy hunt. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it was one I enjoyed making. Okay. Becky said she's hopeful to put an end to this charade. Rematch next week. So, tired of this charade. Ready for the rematch. Greatest. The greatest of that generation versus the greatest of this generation. Oh, Bob said, shout out to Basti for acknowledging me. Basti, shout out to you. Thanks for acknowledging old Bob Jr. Bob, you don't have to keep putting in super chats, buds, honestly. I think people know you now, old Bob. Here's Zoe. Here's Zoe Stark. Booze for Zoe. Trish already beat you. I already beat you. Becky Lynch, the man. Becky is scared. Yeah, it's true. It's true. The man left her balls back at home. What are you doing? Becky says, I know how good you are. You're too good for your own good. Something? Stupid. She called her stupid. Oh my God. Shots fired. Shots fired. Okay, this is not funny anymore. Please stop. Thanks. Oh, come on, old Bob. That's like the worst thing to say. Come on. You can't tell everyone to stop. They're not going to stop, are they? That's what you say if you want to make it worse, old Bob. That's how you make it worse. Oh, Bob. Bam Bam Bigelow Jr. Bob, come on, says Mitchell. Zoe says, I love sending super chats. Please stop, says Logan. Well, I'll stop if you stop. Here's Shayna Baszler. I appreciate the support, but you know, we're just cool kids that hang out, and that's all we are. Here's Shayna. Porky. It is like red rag to a bull, in it saying that. Right, here's Shayna Baszler making her way out. Thanks, old Bob, said Marty. Oh, look at her eye, man. Look at her eye. Oh. Her eye is bruised bad, man. Shayna Bruisler. There's a bit of a Shayna chant. Look, smile on Shayna's face. Bit of a thank you, Shayna chant. We'll definitely do a video on this, because that eye. I couldn't help but think you were referencing me. Who's the baddest now? Who's the baddest now? It looks to me like you're the baddest punching bag. Okay, this has got good. This has got good. We got Zoe and Shayna face to face. Becky wants them to face off right here, right now. Adam Pearce, come down here, make this. Poor Shayna Baszler's only got one eye. Why are we making one-eyed Baszler fight? He loves it. What's up with this company, man? She's cleared, is she? Half her face is hanging off. She only came out to do a bit of confronting. Now she's in a match. She only wanted to come out and say who's the baddest now. She only wanted a little bit of love from the crowds. Now she's in a flipping match. I sent Ronda Rousey home and out of WWE. That prompted thank you Shayna chants. I want to find a good picture. I hate this episode as much as your beanie, says Porky Pig. It's fair. I don't know what is up, man, with all these pictures. I don't know what it is about Twitter. Like, does Twitter just have, like, rubbish quality or something? Every picture I'm downloading off Twitter these days, X, just so low res. Just, they look rubbish. I wonder if I can find a better one. A bit of a problem trying to find good, strong-looking images. I remember when Twitter used to be good. When I was a boy. That's better. That's better. Shayna Baszler just appeared on Raw and she had quite the shiner. Look at that. Look at that black eye just underneath her left eye. She obviously took some damage at SummerSlam in that match against Ronda Rousey. She said that she had driven Ronda out of WWE, and actually that was posted by Ronda as well. She said that Ronda put a message out saying that Shayna was the reason that she joined, the reason that she came in, and she is there's no need for her to stay now. So Ronda making it clear, or certainly teasing that that's it, she's done, she's gone, and that was the belief going into that match anyway. But yeah, Shayna getting a good reaction from the fans. Obviously not much love for Ronda, so love being shown to Shayna Baszler here on Raw. But that black eye looks nasty, looks moody that she's suffered. But yeah, crowd very appreciative that Ronda now seems to be gone. One-eyed Baszler. A one-eyed Baszler. The deadliest of all the snakes. Shayna needs an eye patch. Days, I went back and Wade also said Jimmy is returning to the Island of Relevancy this Friday. Did he? Dylan, did he? He said he's returning to the Island of Relevancy. Oh, that feels more important, doesn't it, than the Shayna one? Okay. I didn't hear that because I have to have the sound turned down, but I believe you when you say that's what he said. So, okay. Another quick video. Oh my God, quick videos everywhere. Another slightly rubbish image as well. Really interesting news coming out of Raw, and it's come from something that Corey Graves, no, not Corey Graves, it was Wade Barrett, wasn't it? Wade Barrett said it. really interesting news coming out of Raw, and it was something that Wade Barrett said. He was talking about SmackDown, and he said that Roman is going to be on SmackDown, and he seemed to suggest that Jimmy was going to be acknowledging Roman. A big shout out to Dylan on our live watch along, who went back, and apparently what was also said or was teased is that Jimmy is returning or has returned to the island of relevancy. So coming out of Raw, they seem to be suggesting, they seem to be teasing that Jimmy Uso has returned to Roman Reigns. If that is true, and it's not just a little tease or a miscommunication or something like that, if that is true, that that's where we're going, that is going to really divide opinion. Plenty of people want to know why Jimmy did what he did. And to be honest, I didn't think one of the explanations would be because he's returned to Roman. Like, that seemingly would have come out of nowhere. So, yeah, this is obviously a developing story. We're going to get full answers on Friday. Friday is unmissable now. But is this true? Is Jimmy back with Roman? Is he back on the island of relevancy? We're going to find out. We're going to find out, but we're not going to find out yet. No way Roman and Solo beat the snot out of Jimmy. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Don't know how I feel about recording a video that will never get uploaded either. JD and Finn. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of JD. So Damien wants to know, why Finn did what he did tonight, because it wasn't in the plan, apparently. Confrontation here. You're crowding me. That contract is crowding both of us. Okay, Rhea's trying to separate them right now. We've got some drama here with the Judgment Day. Drama with the Judgment Day, as we thought there would be. Okay, so Rhea said we need to get back on the same page so that we can continue running Monday Night Raw. It's a little bit frosty. This is one of the best things we've had tonight. Oh, here's JD. I think that briefcase has come between you. Okay. Okay, so Priest and Balor not quite on the same page. JD saying that briefcase has come between them. It's JD joining JD. And imagine if they start drinking JD as well. That'd be amazing. That'd be like JD-ception. We've got Shayna and Zoe. Shayna and Zoe are competing, battling away. All right, let's change this on here. Austin316, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Shayna versus Zoe. Right, next commercial break. We are going to do halftime scores. What are your halftime scores? Don't tell me now. Think about them, because we're going to do halftime scores next. Right now we've got... oh, look at that. She's sat down with a drink. She's having a great... She's chilling. Becky chilling with a drink, having a great time. What is she drinking? Is that just like a lemonade? Is this hard? This lemonade? Is this another flipping sponsor thing? Hard is lemonade. It's that stuff, is it? Kerry, I've got 47 days till our daughter is born. Stephen, it's getting closer. WWE is so PG. Becky is drinking non-alcoholic lemonade, said David. Yeah, but in all fairness, you know, you can get some lemonade if it's not sweetened enough that can be a bit bitter. Do you know what I mean? Depends how sharp the lemonade is. Just saying, I don't know how PG lemonade is sometimes. Sometimes it strays into TV 14. Right, Zoe in control. I mean, she's not really advertising the lemonade very well, in all fairness. If I was trying to advertise, I'd be like, you know what I mean? You put that little extra in. She's not even really drinking it. She's like, come on. You got one job right now, Becky. Sell that lemonade. Sell me the lemonade. Make me want the lemonades. That's your job right now. Don't even feel thirsty right now. I don't even feel thirsty. Kick coming in there by Shayna. Shayna round the back of Zoe. Tell you what, this has been, well, we'll say about tonight. It's been one if you enjoy the wrestling, if you love a little bit of action, certainly given the superstars time. Oh, she's getting another glass here. Why does she need another glass? I don't think she finished the last glass, did she? She's wasting the lemonade. She's flipping wasting it. Over in the corner goes Shayna. Unfortunately, I think Bloodline Story has jumped the shark. If you're familiar with that term, I am. If not, it's basically the point they lost interest. Missile drop kick there by Zoe. Yeah, it originated from Happy Days when the Fonz jumped over a shark in an episode, and it was seen as a bit of a moment. Like, really? And so it's been associated with that ever since. Jumping the shark. Here we go. First hour, no commercials. Okay, get your scores in. Let's do the thing. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Is it playing it? Halftime scores. Oh yeah, it is. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I can't hear it. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, Dylan said, if we're having the 6-man tag again for the main event, something important should happen. LD Cool said 7. Dr. Silveridge said 6.5. Acknowledging, said Christopher. Marty B said 5. Silver Bandit said 5.6. Alexa Bliss Gamer said 7. Omar said WWE Roman Reigns versus Jimmy Uso versus Jey Uso versus Solo Sikoa. Shakeem said 4. Stone says 5.5. JM said 9. Zoom Station said Pip Yay. My Phenomenal Figures said 6. Iceman said, who believes Judgment Day is over tonight? I think they're very over. I think they're teasing it. They're definitely teasing it. Whether it will completely break down tonight... Lamar said, I see Nia Jax coming back to WWE. Please, for the love of God, no. Listen, she's not like most girls. She's not like most girls. I wonder how a Nia Jax booked by Triple H would do on the main roster. I mean, to be honest, she wasn't really booked that great in NXT. But, I don't know. I don't know. Feel like you could do more with her than what we did before, but... I don't know. She's Bloodline, isn't she? Isn't she related to the Anoa'i family? I haven't made that up, have I? I'm pretty sure she's related in some way. So could we need a female to join up with Roman? And we could maybe do Nia? I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about it. She's got a bad rep. It's going to be hard to turn that around. Minus 30% said K-pop lover. Victoria said 3. Daniela said 7.5. Humble Rumble 5. Jordan 627. Stephen 5. Alex 6. Porky Pig said my beard is better than your beards. David said Finn doesn't come out and Rhea takes his place in the 6-man tag. Rhea pins Sammy. Adam said 7.6. The Beach Kevin said 6.7. Alex 5.5. Irish Rebel with a 6. Leonard said 7.75. George said 6.8. AJG, shout out to you. You look pleased during halftime scores. I'm going to need you to be a bit more miserable. Jay said 5. Mitchell said, I'm maybe 5.5 to 6. The 4-way was fun. Where are you at? I am about the same. Yeah, I'm about the same. I feel like I'm normally about in line with where Mitchell is, to be honest. And we're normally only like half a mark or sometimes bang on. So I would probably be like 5.5, to be honest, or 5.25, like around that ballpark, yeah. Ledge Killer said 6.5, but Spam Bash says 4. I'm insatiable. Oh, sorry to hear that. 1 Minute Wrestler said 7. Where's Thingy's score? I want to know what Logan thinks. See, I'm being good. I'm being good. Where's Logan's score? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there we go. Look, no. Thought I saw it, but no. Has he gone? Has he done one? Logan, he's still around. Wanted to know what Logan scored it. I want to know what Bob Jr. scored it. I want to know what Logan scored it. I want to know what Max thinks. I want to know what Brian thinks. I want to know what the whole family thinks of the show, to be honest. Here he is. There we go. Yeah. I don't think my sound effects work. Do they? Do they? Oh, they do work. Do they all work? Oh, hang on. That one didn't work. Ah, none of them work again now. What's up with this thing? it's just the worst, man. It's just the worst. Mitchell said, I've learned we've got a very similar take on wrestling. We can call something bad and call something good. Mm-hmm. I mean, not usually at the same time, but yeah. Yeah, Logan, I appreciate the support, dude, but you didn't need to be so generous. But Logan with a 6, I think, is a very fair score. That Jeff Delaney said, this is me acknowledging the tribal days. You don't need to do that, buds. Don't need to do that. I appreciate it, but I don't really have those kind of narcissistic tendencies, you know? I'm all right just like hanging here and trying to get my fart sound working. That's all I'm trying to do. Right, Zoe dropping down, but that's Jeff Delaney. You know that one. Shout out to you. Logan, shout out to you. I'm glad you're still around. No one is... What is no one talking about Zoe's knee? No, what's happened to Zoe's knee? What's happened to her knee? Down she goes. Gets planted down by Shayna. 1, 2, 3. Shayna wins. Shayna picks up the win, picks up the dub. So Zoe Stark was just having a few words there with Becky, but Shayna just grabs her. Oof, it's a little sloppy. She does manage to get her up eventually. Plants her down. And it's a win for Shayna Baszler. Here's Shinsuke. Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed. I'm tired of people getting in my way. From now on, I carve my own path. What's happening? Sammy is being attacked by... Is that JD? JD McDonough's attacking Sammy. Is that his elbow? Is that his elbow sticking out? Was that his elbow? What was that? What was that? Was that it? What was that? Was that just a weird angle, or has something been met? What is that? Dislocated. It looked horrific. I ain't gonna get a picture on from Twitter because those pictures we've learnt tonight are pretty garbage. I tried to get a screenshot myself of it. If you haven't seen this, you need to see this. Sammy is beaten up backstage. He's beaten up backstage. He's laid down on the ground, and his elbow is messed up, man. Messed up more than William Hensey in our community. Like, really messed up. Off the charts. Like, you know what I mean? Call the authorities. Messed up. Oh, my God. Oh my God, they really put... Oh my God, that was reality. That was reality. I don't think it was AI. I think it was reality. Look at that. Look at that. What the flip is that? Breaking news coming out of Raw, and we have got quite the situation here. Sami Zayn beaten up backstage by J.D. McDonough. Now, obviously, we see a lot of attacks backstage. We don't really think too much about it. But when the camera went over and showed us Sammy down on the ground, look at his elbow. Look at that. I don't even know what that is. Like, it certainly looks like it's dislocated, broken, like clearly something's not right. I have no idea how. I don't know what that is. I haven't even heard of Sammy having an injury. I haven't seen any reports of Sammy having an injury. And I don't even know if that's like a trick or something. You know, like how people can be double jointed and they can do like manipulate parts of their body. I don't even know how he could do that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but it looks awful. It looks horrific. And WWE made sure that you saw it. So horrible, horrible looking injury to Sami Zayn. This is live right now, obviously at the time of recording this, so we haven't got any further details yet, but yeah, that could be that Sammy's out for quite a while here. So yeah, horrible situation, horrible injury on Raw. I want to know if that's a trick that he can do. You know, do you remember how, was it Alexa? She was able to like manipulate her body and do tricks. I don't know. That's disgusting. Oh, spoiler. Guys, if you are of a nervous disposition, you might need to look away for a second. That is horrific, man. That we've got Otis coming out. The way that it looked though, it didn't look red. Did you notice how it didn't look red? So it looks to me like it's an injury that's an old injury. It looks to me like it's something that Sammy has either had in the past and he can now dislocate it, or it's an injury that's happened a few days ago and now they're trying to explain it, because it wasn't red, it wasn't swelling or anything like that. It didn't look aggressive. I'll show it again, spoiler. Aggressive. So it makes me think that it's not happened now backstage as a result of JD jumping him like they're trying to tell us, you know? Please Google image Olecranon bursitis. Olecranon bursitis. Okay. Wait, is it bad? If you're a doctor, is that as bad as it looks? Because I'm not joking. It looks horrific. What am I Googling? Olecranon. Olecranon. Okay, hang on. Olecranon. Bursitis. I can't even say the words. It occurs when a thin, fluid-filled sac that is located at the bony tip of the elbow. There are many bursae located throughout the body. It acts as a cushion between the bones and the soft tissue. Okay, elbow bursitis. Bursitis, elbow bursitis, can occur for a number of reasons. A trauma, prolonged pressure, infection, medical conditioning. Yes, yeah, there's a picture here. It is that. Treatments. If your doctor suspects it's an infection, they might recommend it. How long does it take to surgical treatment? Recovery. Your doctor will apply a splint. Although formal physical therapy after surgery is usually needed, your doctor will recommend specific exercises. Your skin should be healed in 12 to 16 days after surgery and after 3 to 4 weeks. So, okay, so if he has surgery on it, it actually might not rule him out for that long. Certainly, just a quick scan of this makes it seem like he's going to be out for a little bit. Few weeks, which actually isn't as bad as what I thought there. Your doctor will apply a splint to your arm after the procedure to protect the skin. In most cases, casts or prolonged immobilization are not necessary. Usually from a trauma, direct hit to the elbow, fluid swells in the sac. I don't think it will need surgery. I don't think it... So what do you think then? Do you think that he's going to be out for some time? Will it settle down of its own accords? Like, what will it do? Is it going to rule him out for a bit? I mean, clearly it's ruling him out of tonight's match. But is it going to be a case that we won't see him for a few weeks now, maybe? It looks awful, doesn't it? Wrestle Talk said it's a legit injury. He's out for weeks. I think he can still compete, but they could use it as a storyline. Yeah, well, help me. I need Dr. B. I really appreciate that because you called it. You said straight away what it was. And obviously, you were right. The image looked exactly the same. It's charging over. Well, I tell you what, I mean, it's been a weird night tonight because even though this show might not have been like mind-blowing, that injury is still it was still an OMG moment, and it still is as well. I mean, the image is horrific. Chad Gable with his kids was a really nice moment as well. JD and Finn, we've took some steps forward there. Now we've got Imperium working together, laying out Otis. So Imperium cheats. So Imperium cheats as Ludwig beats Otis. Gunther's in the ring. Chad's making his way down. So Chad's come racing down. He's chasing Gunther away. Gable chants breaking out in the arena as Imperium are chased into the entranceway. Or driven into the entranceway. In all fairness, there's 3 of them. There's only 2 of Alpha Academy. 2.5 if you count Maxine. Okay, we're looking at the attack now. So we are going back to the attack. So he was supposed to team with them, but it looks like he's not going to be involved now. And that bow injury, man. We're with Jackie Redmond. She's by the medical room. Here's Cody and Seth. They both tried to talk. They're talking at the same time. Okay, Cody's walked off. They won't clear him. Here's Shinsuke. Shinsuke gonna jump in? If you need any help, I'll be your partner. I've got a lot of respect for you. Let's ride. Shinsuke is going to be the replacement. Is he going to be the next challenger for Seth? Just a little look in his eyes there, wasn't there? Little look in his eyes. Is he going to be the replace? Is he going to jump Seth? Are we getting... Wrestle with Andy's got me questioning all of that now. Now I think everyone's turning on everyone. Right, Miz is making his way down to the ring. Shin is going to be replacing him, said Theodore. Shin will turn on Seth. Shin, I've helped you. Now give me a title shot. Oh, it could go that way as well. Yeah, yeah. I did something for you. You now do something for me. Zoe backstage with Judgment Day telling her to stop losing, said Richards. Was she backstage, was she? Was she talking backstage to Judgment Day? God, there's too much to look at if she was back there talking to Judgment Day. I thought Via was going to step in. Imagine if Bray was the fill-in partner. No sign of that, unfortunately. I bet Nakamura is going to turn heel. Did JD do it for Judgment Day, said Hurricane Mayhem. I think he might have. I don't know who did. I think he did it for Finn. I think he seems to be more Team Finn than Team Judgment Day. Brock Lesnar and Cody are now cool. Give me Lesnar in the main event, said Fionas. Listen, I think there's been a fair few talking points over the last half an hour. And so I feel like the show has gone in a good direction, a positive direction. Some of those scores at halftime were a little down, obviously. I think they were fair. I think they were acceptable and fair, but yeah, I think what we've had over the past half an hour has been interesting. That injury is interesting. The replacement is interesting. Finn, Shin, and JD. Nick Aldis should have been the surprise tag partner. They just don't want to use him, do they, for that? They just don't really want to use him for on-screen stuff, apparently. They want him to be a producer, which sucks. He should be involved. It's been better than SummerSlam, said LA Fortnite. Richard said it's official. Zoe is going to join Judgment Day at Raw tonight. I've missed this. I don't know where this Zoe to Judgment Day thing's come from. The show is not bad. It is watchable, said Theodore. Coach Co said, I'm making soup with a new pillow. I'm psych making soup, making soup, making too. Coach Co, shout out to you, my friends. Enjoy your soup. Enjoy your soup. I was just looking on Twitter to see if I could see any Zoe stuff. I can't see anything on Zoe to Judgment Day. Sammy and KO are going to be stripped of those tag belts, says Michael. There's people dropping like flies here, aren't there? The roster's being held together with hopes and dreams and sellotape. Dylan said, WWE Twitter has tweeted that Jimmy is returning to the island of relevancy. What is going on, man? What is going on? What have they said? Let's have a look. Miz in the ring, not looking happy. Last minute, they're just talking about the Battle Royal. Jimmy Uso returns to the island of relevancy to acknowledge the tribal chief. Whoever the tag titles next week needs to wear bubble wrap. I know, man. Both the tag champs are down, aren't they? The women's tag champs have gone down. The men's tag champs have gone down. Imagine next week you rock up and they're like, we're going to put the tag titles on you. You'd be like, no, I don't want them. I don't want them. Keep them. They're cursed. They're cursed. Am I missing something, says The Miz? Who's for The Miz? This is my show. LA Knight taking priority over me. I'm a veteran. I'm a locker room leader. I was taught respect. How'd you feel about this then? LA Knight looks like his next feud is going to be The Miz. Looks like it's going to be The Miz. LA Knight didn't shake my hand. Is LA Knight? So Miz talks about lack of respect. Talks about how LA Knight didn't shake his hand. Bring back the conquistadors. Christina, shout out to you. Why is The Miz still in WWE, says Theodore. Well, these two going back and forth at each other on the microphone could be interesting, couldn't it? I like normal men, not crazy men, said Sonny. Depp is a bad boy. Well, what are we talking about? Mr. Quake said, I've got soup too. Everyone's got soup! No, still doesn't work. Thought the kids might cheer, but they've done one. Right, LA Knight chants by the fans. He's wearing a blue LA Knight. He's wearing a blue LA Knight shirt on Raw. Silly Billy. Silly Billy. This isn't SmackDown. Allow me to introduce myself with everybody saying LA Knight. And he puts his hand out. There's your handshake, mate. It's what you wanted, wasn't it? No. 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 Oh. Big heat. You take away The Miz, and what you take away from me is my... He got lost there, didn't he, The Miz? He got lost. Take away my success. Take everything away from me. What have you got then, LA Knight? Your flavor of the month. All these people will love you right now. They'll probably love you for the next 5 months. You're an Attitude Era fanboy. Attitude Era fanboy, what was it? Cosplaying in my ring. Good line. Tiny balls chance. No handshake. You don't want to make this personal. Miz is chewing him up at the moment. LA Knight said, you don't want to make this personal. That Miz has gone off on a diatribe. What have you done for the past 20 years? He's thrown him a bone there, isn't he? He's thrown him a real bone there, the Miz. LA Knight can go into where he's been over the past 20 years now. LA Knight said he's been making himself a dangerous man. Whilst this place bet on all the wrong horses, you being one of them. I don't think Roman's the wrong horse. I didn't know The Miz was a Grand Slam champ, says Theodore. You got a 20-year head start because you're safe. I'm not to be messed with. You've been a champ many times over. I've not been there yet. It's good stuff by LA Knight. LA Knight distracted as there's a slight chant that breaks out. I don't mind making you a stepping stone, said LA Knight. Miz says he is the main event. What was the chant? I couldn't hear the chant. Couldn't hear it, but LA Knight seemed to suggest it was something for the Miz. If you think I'm not on your level, then prove me wrong. Miz taking off his jacket. LA Knight. I don't know what he's took. He's took some off. LA Knight chants breaking out from the crowds. Miz's anger is the best. Miz picking up his jacket. Oh, and there's a brawl. They're brawling. think there's some nice exchanges, and I think this is what LA Knight needed. He's needed this since Bray. Since the feud with Bray, he's needed this. Get him out there so he can cut some promos, work towards a match. The Miz is still gold on the mic. Wasn't LA Knight on SmackDown? He was. Okay, so there we go. It looks like that's going to be our next feuds. Do you see what happens when you put LA Knight with someone who can match him on the mic? These two will create something tasty, says Trina. Viking Raiders? Earlier today, Viking Raiders. What have we got here with the Viking Raiders? Looks moody, man. Hello. The gods call. The gods call, we answer. They're a call center. LA Knight being on Raw now means he can win a world title, says Wrestler with Andy. Right, here's Viking Raiders making their way out in the arena. We just went straight from the video package towards their music. Valhalla is here. Breaking news. It was for LA Knight. It was a good job, said Samantha. What a great segment. That's when you have two guys with charisma. Miz, LA Knight cut a great promo. Valhalla is mid. Dominic Mysterio tomorrow. Of course, don't forget tomorrow we're going to be doing Wrestling Escape Pod, where we'll get your thoughts and plenty to talk about. So send in your thought. Even if you don't want to send anything in, you just want to jump in the chat, we'll try and get into the chat. Obviously, it depends how much stuff we get sent in, but yeah, I'm definitely looking to turn up the kind of community submissions and the interaction and everything. So I mean, the conversation will go where it goes, but at least we can try and get back on track sometimes rather than just going off on crazy tangents. So we'll do that tomorrow. That's at 6. And then straight after that, we've got NXT tomorrow. And we're here for NXT. It's going to be Rey Mysterio in the corner of Dragon Lee as he takes on Dominic. And in his corner, Rhea Ripley. NXT North American Championship on the line. Let's go. Creed Brothers debut. Is that what we're getting? Right, let's do a quick video. This is obviously one people will be interested in. Big segment coming out of Raw. We got a confrontation between LA Knight and The Miz. The Miz was upset because he was eliminated from the Battle Royal by LA Knight. And he said that he didn't even get a handshake. He didn't even get properly introduced. LA Knight came out, offered his hand, but The Miz was not interested. Basically, The Miz said that he was flavor of the month. LA Knight is someone that has, you know, just come along and won over the fans' hearts, but that he'll be dropped in like 5 months' time. He basically called him an Attitude Era fanboy that was cosplaying in The Miz's ring. The early part of this, The Miz was killing it, man. I mean, The Miz, you know, when he gets fired up and super passionate, we've seen glimpses of it throughout his career, most notably when he was talking with Daniel Bryan on Talking Smack all those years ago. He really delivered a fired up promo here, The Miz. And then he threw LA Knight a bit of a softball. He said, I've been here working away for 20 years. What have you been doing for the past 20 years? And that was a real nice softball to throw LA Knight, because of course LA Knight can then go into what he's been doing for the last 20 years. And what he said is that for the last 20 years he's been making himself a dangerous man. He said, you know, you're safe. The reason why you've been here 20 years is because you're safe. They can throw you out of the locker room and you're not going to say anything or do anything about it. You're not going to do that with LA Knight. He said, what I kept being told is that we're just not ready to take the chance on you yet. And he said, I'm here now, and basically called Miz a stepping stone. Miz got upset. He said he's not a stepping stone. He is the main event. And then this thing broke down into a brawl. So I think both guys had really good stuff to say. I think this is a great feud for LA Knight. I think it's a great feud for The Miz, actually. The Miz is someone that is steady. He is safe pair of hands. But when it comes to like a back and forth promo exchange, you know you're going to get some at goods. Same with LA Knight. LA Knight doing a good job here when he fired back at The Miz. So both of these guys coming out of this segment with credibility. I think this will be a good feud. And it seems like this is going to build potentially to Payback, where we'll get these two one-on-one. And I would imagine LA Knight will pick up the win. There are reports that LA Knight is getting a big push. So, yeah, all goods, all positive. And I think this will make people very happy. Right, we are back as well. We are back on the show. So let's turn this up as the Viking Raiders are in the ring. There's been nothing in the way necessarily of call-ups or returns or anything, but I still feel like there's been loads of talking points unless we're getting a surprise right now. New Day. Ah, Xavier and Kofi. Xavier and Kofi have come out. That's nice. Oh, man, it would have been even better if it was Big E, though, wouldn't it? Would have been even better if it was Big E. New Day making their way down. I think that'll excite people. Francesca number 88. Let's go, New Day. I guess you can say it's a return, said Theodore. Okay, New Day in the ring then. New Day have returned. It's great to see the New Day. If we're going to be brutally honest, I don't think the New Day are or were in like a really red hot great place when they got injured. So it's not maybe quite the same as when we had the Bootios and all that stuff, you know? It's still great to see him back, though. Still great to see him back. New Day Rock. New Day Rock. How come Sonia's injury hasn't been addressed in the women's tag titles? Don't know. Maybe they still don't quite know what to do. So perhaps it's a case of just waiting, you know, and seeing. They know that she's got a serious injury and she's going to be out for a while. So they know that. But perhaps they haven't quite figured out what they're going to do with it yet, you know? If you're going to make that kind of an announcement, you probably do want to know what you're going to do next. Is there going to be a tournament or big splash? Days, I'm buzzing after Ipswich won, said Stephen, hoping for another win. Congrats, bud. Congrats. Tyler said Randy wants to make a comeback. I bet he does. Viking Raiders are in control at the moment. Okay, Viking Raiders in control, and it's Xavier Woods that's being kept grounded at the moment. Viking Raiders, unmatched barbarity, says Wade Barrett. What about Cody and Seth arguing and Sammy trying to keep them calm? Seth shoves Sammy. Sammy accidentally haluva kicks Cody. Well, Sammy's out, isn't he? Do you mean Shinsuke? WWE AEW fan said the show's been good. Not great, but good. Daniela said, New Day for tag champs. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I don't know quite how we get there. I don't know quite how we get there. But I'm not against it. Xavier getting thrown to the outside. Back elbow there by Xavier. Eric gets planted. Eric is planted. New Day rocks chance. New Day rocks. Are the New Day going to come back and pick up a victory? Kofi comes crashing down onto Ivar. Again, shots coming in by Kofi. Drop kick as Ivar goes against the ropes. Kofi comes crashing down onto Ivar. Kofi in the corner. Goes over, up. Lands, nice. Running around is all hyped. Against the ropes goes Kofi. New Day. Boom drop. Boom drop by Kofi. Oh my God, we've only got 40 minutes left to go. Where did this time go? Day rocks. New Day rocks. I can't believe how the past hour has gone since we did halftime scores. I think this past hour has really improved this show. We did say earlier, and I stand by it, I think when you get an hour that is commercial free, I really think that's a bad thing. I really think it's a bad thing. Normally when you get a commercial free hour, they just put all the rubbish in it and they save the good stuff for the other hours. And I think that's what we've seen here. That first hour was dull. And then like now we've had all this kind of just talking points, drama, excitement, injuries, returns. Becky drinking lemonade. We've had it all. Kick coming in there by Kofi. Tag to Xavier. Xavier going over to the corner. New Day. Boom. Kick. Down goes. Ivar. Kofi over the top. Comes crashing down onto Eric. Elbow drop there by Xavier. 2, 3. And the New Day win. New Day rock. Oh, the New Day, yes it is, said Knight Rider. Vikings needed a loss, said Wisp. I'm a Miss Big E. Hate he retired. Health is more important, said Stuttering Steves. I feel bad for the Viking Raiders. I feel bad for the Viking Raiders. They just managed, it wasn't that long ago, they won that Viking Rules match, and now here they are losing to the old day. Right, backstage with Becky, backstage Bex. Becky, next week. Oh. Shayna. I didn't need your help. I'll be coming for the man sooner or later. And Becky said, I'll be looking forward to it. Tell you what, I mean, with her eye all swollen, she looks like she's been in a war. She looks like she's been in a fight. And she was. She looks cool. A bit like when Bex did a nose. I mean, not nowhere near as iconic, but, you know, there's something about seeing her, like, you know, she was in a fight. So often we see, or all the time we see matches and no signs of there being an encounter. The amount of times people get kicked in the face, punched in the face, and there's no bruising, no marks whatsoever. But here you've got like Shayna with a Shayna Baszler. Take that. Have it. Put it on social media. Someone's probably done it anyway. If not, what a time to be alive. Shayna Baszler. Shine on, you crazy diamond. I just think she looks cool. Isn't it main event next? I wonder what else we'll get, says Daniela. Well, I don't think it'll be main event next, will it? Will it? Why is no one talking about how Dave streams on a freaking skyscraper? Old news, isn't it? With the amount of noise that we make, mate, I can't afford to be down next to the neighbours. Out here, I can make loads of noise because it just travels, you know? It just goes off in different directions. So, you know, it's called being considerate. Thankfully, it's never rained. That is a bridge I might have to cross one day. Right, let's do... I'll tell you what... we've done a lot of videos tonight, one of which will never see the light of day, the Shayna Baszler swollen eye. But I feel like we should do one for the New Day. So the surprises and moments just keep coming on Raw. Now we've got a return. Maybe not the most exciting of returns, but it is a return. And the New Day are back. So we had the Viking Raiders in the ring. And then all of a sudden, the New Day music hit. I must admit, part of me was hoping that we were going to see Big E come out with these two. But obviously things don't sound that great for Big E at the moment. Obviously hope that he can get other opinions and find his way back to the ring. But either way, we've got Xavier and we've got Kofi back. These two are legends, bona fide future Hall of Famers, no doubt about that whatsoever. So it is great to have them back. And certainly with all the drama that's been going on at the moment in the tag division, we don't have Kevin Owens. We don't know quite how long Sammy's going to be out for with his injury. And we have done a separate video on that as well. It's a nasty injury, but actually might be an injury that doesn't rule him out for too long. But either way, we could do with another team coming into this tag division. That's exactly what we've got. We got the return of the New Day and good timing as well, as we said, what with Sammy and Kevin going down. So I don't know, could the tag titles be in their future? I'm definitely interested to see how Triple H is going to book them going forward. So, yeah, they picked up a win tonight against the Viking Raiders. So it'll be interesting to see what's next for them. WWE needs to break them up, says Kieran. Do you think so? You think they need to break them up? Don't know, man. Don't know. I'm not so. I don't know. Viking jobbers. WWE needs to break them up. I don't think they need to break them up, but I do think they need to refresh them. I do think that we need to put like a new coat of paint on them. I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. No mention of Sonia's injury. No mention of Sonia's injury. But as we said, I don't think they quite know what to do yet. Either that or we're still just waiting for it. God, everyone's going down with injuries, aren't they? I feel like we spend more time in the medical room than we do in the ring. We went back there for Raquel earlier. We were obviously went there for Sammy. Here's the New Day. We might actually get an answer here. So we've got the New Day backstage. My name's Jackie Redman. I'm new. How does it feel to be back? It feels good. We are the gods of this tag division, baby. They need to inject positivity. You dance with us. She's ready to dance. WWE World Tag. She's not doing a good job. Oh, that's loud. Day rocks. New day rocks. New day rocks. Wade's not feeling it. Wade's not feeling the positivity. I could do with a new commentary partner, but that's another story, says Wade. Okay, here you go. Sonia Deville suffers torn ACL, out indefinitely. That's it. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure out who becomes the new... Yeah, you will, won't you? Pop it on the to-do list. To figure out who becomes the new tag champs. Yeah, you will. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You will. Aren't they supposed to address the women's tag title soon? They just did it. Done. Addressed. That women's tag championship is cursed. More medical facility news. That's what they should call it. Monday night medical facility. All right, here is Judgment Day. Look at Balor just staring at Damian Priest. Chelsea Green's new tag partner, Nia Jax, said Robs. Who do you think the next tag champs are going to be? Do you just pull the trigger on Kaden and Katana? Or you could go with Candice and Indy. Damian puts his fist out. Balor does do old fisty-fisty. He does do fisty-fisty. Pop, pop. It might be quicker to announce who isn't injured. That is true. That's a really good point, actually. Big shout out to Dominic Mysterio, who is honestly one of the... we're going to have to soon watch 3 hours of him. Raquel jumps. Whoa. Oh my God, Rhea gets hurled in the barricades. Why does Raquel look like she's just come from like the club or something? She's got like a fluorescent bright top on, some short shorts. She looks like she's been glow sticking the night away. Just having a good time down the old EDM club. Rhea Ripley throwing in some shots. They're trying to separate these two. Yeah, imagine that. Next week we get 3 hours of Dominic Mysterio because he's the only superstar that's not injured. Indy Hartwell gets hurled into the barricade. Candice gets chucked down as well. Looks like Indy's better. Raquel jumps. Rhea. There's a mark on the back of... Oh my God, there's a big brawl going on between Candice and Rhea. Look at Candice. Oh, she threw a shoe. Throws a shoe. Rhea threw her shoe at Candice. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it when everything else fails. Take your shoe on. Amazing. Who throws a shoe? So, Candice, look at the mark on the back of... it might be a love bite, actually. Might be a love bite. I love that she threw a shoe. Pop! Pop! Amazing. Shoe throwing. The women's lib progress has been relegated back to Big Mama throwing her shoe. She threw a shoe. Dom isn't even helping. Listen. Carter time. Zoom station. You learn very quickly. You know, when dogs are fighting, don't get involved, right? When women are fighting, same thing. Don't get involved. Yeah? You don't want to get in the middle of two dogs going at it. You don't want to get in the middle of two women going at it, right? Leave them to it. They'll sort it out themselves. Yeah. They'll sort it out themselves. Dom can't help. Times have changed, says Theodore. Dom knows his role. If Randy was out there, Raquel would have got RKO'd. Shoe of a champion. Honestly, who throws a shoe? Let's go. Ryan, shout out to you. Dom's just watching. In fairness, that's what we're doing as well. Christina says, yowie wowie, fans like to see heel ghost banana and smelly strawberry. For the record, I've never had smelly strawberry. Right? I do have ghost banana though. Ghost banana. Ooh. Ooh. Ghost banana. We're all adults here, you know. Ghost banana, smelly strawberry. Never had smelly strawberry. As tag champs versus KO Sammy, it would be the #1 trend. True story. We want to see socks, said Porky Pig. Well, listen, all you socks fans, you did just get an eyeful of Rhea Ripley's socks then. Dom was loving every bit of it. I can't believe I paid $9.99 to watch this. Why did you pay $9.99? Oh, I suppose in all fairness, I have to subscribe to BT Sport. Is it one of those? You can't watch this on the network, can you? This isn't on Peacock. That's $9.99. Stop wiggling your banana. Calm down. Ryan said, can you answer me? Yes. Please answer me. I've answered you. What was your question? Wild said, I don't think any of the team want to be women's tag champ. That's true. That's a really good point. They don't want to get the risk of being injured. That way they don't know what to do with the belts. It's true, isn't it? Raquel, dead. Liv, dead. Sonia, dead. Sammy, dead. Kevin Owens, dead. We're just seeing what happened in that women's match. I'm watching it on the network in China. Oh, so you can watch it on the network in China? That's interesting. I didn't think you could watch it on the network anywhere in the world. That's interesting. China, shout out to you. Rob said, from fisty to complete women's throwdown. Bobby Heenan used to say, looks like a white sail at Bloomingdale's. Rhea Shue, dead. Oh, look, Rhea's all fired up. Dominic's trying to calm her down. Finn's just staring at Damien. What's he doing? Oh, look at me, look at me. Calm it down, yeah? Calm it down. Maybe we'll get Rock Roman at Payback because no one else will be uninjured. Oh, I've no doubt that Rock will be injured as he makes his way down to the ring. Okay, Judgment Day versus Shin, Cody, Seth. What I want from this apart from forgiveness for typing it in lowercase, is Shinsuke to attack Seth. That's what I want from this. Melanie said, I hate living in the UK. Too late for WWE sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. I still get that feeling, though. I mean, right now here in the UK, it's 20 to 4 in the morning. And, you know, like, when you're young and you stay up late and you're like, ooh, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning. Ooh. I still get that, even though I'm a boomer. I still get that feeling of like, oh, I shouldn't really be awake at this time. Don't tell anyone. And I've been doing these watch-alongs for like 5 years now. Amazing, isn't it? This is lunchtime for me now. This is lunchtime. Might get a sandwich. Here's Shinsuke. Cody gave his belt to kids, as always. Now that everyone is injured, it's finally time for Ali to get a life and Dana Brooke to get a chance. Oh, man. They're on the wrong brand. They're on the wrong brand. Titles are cursed because Sasha and Naomi let us down, said Chill Dudes. Perhaps they cursed it before they went. Which is ironic because they left because they didn't think that the titles were being treated well enough. So if they have cursed those titles before they left, it's such a weird thing for them to do. We want these titles to be treated better. But they haven't been, so now anyone that gets them is going to be injured. Shinsuke's theme song is fire, said Theodore. They left before they got injured, said Victor. They did. They did, you're right. I tell you what, everyone in Judgment Day looks super glum. It looks like they've been made to watch the first hour of tonight's Raw again. They're all just like... super down. Honestly, once we got past that first hour, the show got goods. I think the show got goods. I always judge a show by like how many talking points you add, like the things that happen. I feel like I've got pages of notes. I feel like I'd write a novel. And we've done a fair few videos, and there's a fair few other videos I could have done. And there might be another video that needs to be done. So I feel like there's been some stuff that's gone down. My fairly low expectations have certainly been met tonight. So I just want to be the first to say thank you, Vince McMahon. Thank you. If you are booking this like I keep getting told you are, thank you. 6-man tag match coming up next. Mitchell said this is Team Woe versus the Judgment Day. That is true, actually. We have got lots of woes. Has Shinsuke got a woe? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, na, 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 na. There's no woe, is there? I don't think there's any woes. Shinsuke is the odd man out here. That's why he's going to turn. Shinsuke's like, look, you two, stop bickering. Stop arguing. You flipping losers. Damian Priest comes in. They should make Raw 2 hours instead of 3 hours, said Theodore. Steven said, I love wrestling, but I promise my little girl won't be a Trish. What's that mean? What's that mean? What's a Trish? What's a Trish? What characteristics has Trish got? Shinsuke's woe is when they sing his theme song, like with Seth's, but it's just one long woe instead of multiple woes. So, oh, do you mean like when if they go, Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I never whoa it. I always dar it. Da 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 da. I dar it. That's what I don't whoa it. I dar it. Oh, I don't think I would have the confidence to be in an arena and try to whoa Shinsuke's theme. Oh, it's high. It's high, you know. Perhaps you could like lower the octaves. Whoa, 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 whoa. That feels a bit like bagpipes. I felt like I was playing myself like bagpipes then. It's like you always had to have air in your cheeks, like a squirrel and bagpipes. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I have to do that. I don't know why I've got to do that with my arms. That's how it works, apparently. Didn't know that. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'd have confidence doing that, but I couldn't go, whoa. Oh, actually, no, I can get up there. Whoa. I wouldn't have confidence standing up and doing it, though. Whoa. I can't find the note if I go in the middle. If I go low, I can find it. If I go high, I can find it. If I go in the middle, it sounds like a car crash. Whoa. That was a bit better. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can't. No, I can't do it. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. Da 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 da. Come on, everyone! Da 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 da. It's got to be dud. It's got to be dud. It all sounds like a car crash anyway, says James. That's true. That's true. Quite a musical car crash, though. A car crash that's had a lot of effort put into it. A bit like Miley Cyrus's career. Mitchell said, days when singing, think low on high notes. Think low on high notes. It doesn't make sense, but it helps find pitch. Think low on high notes. Whoa! Actually, that seemed to work. Whoa! That seemed to work. Is that a thing? So when you go to sing a high note, just think low. And then you just somehow stumble across some sort of acceptable pitch. Oh my God, I'm going to become a singer. I'm going to leave wrestling streaming. I'm done. I'm out of here. You're out of there! Oh! You're out of there! Guys, next time you see me, I'm going to be like... Why don't you ever call me anymore, baby, baby? Why don't you ever call me anymore? Pick up the phone. I'm on my own. Baby, why don't you call me anymore? Come on. It's what I was born to do, not this nonsense. Not sit here and just tell you lot about another wrestler that's flipping injured. Guys, guess what? Someone else is injured now. That's all tonight's been. Guys, guess what? We're going to the medical facility again. That was a good little tip, that was. Do you know how amazing my shower singing is going to be now that I've got that tip? Different level. Different level. Chill Dude said, will Edge return in Canada? Challenge Roman. If he loses, he retires. Oh, man, that would be sick, wouldn't it? It was around this time last year at a house show. He said, I'll see you here this time next year and we can all say goodbye together. Hopefully he sings it after that tip from Mitchell. Right. How long have we got? We got 10 minutes to go. Wild said, I wonder how many injuries we're going to get next week on Raw. Higher or lower than 10? Over, under 10. Mitchell said, simultaneously, think high on the low notes. I feel like I'm all right with the low notes. I feel like I'm all right on the low notes. But I will continue to do that till the day I die now, Mitchell. You've given me, and I think this community, a little tip there that we will never forget. You've just improved the world's singing ability by about 0.001%. Oof. Falcon Arrow. It's weird. The fans never done sing-alongs in the 90s. Imagine everyone joining in with HBK's music. Oh, that's true, yeah. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Just a boy toy. Boy toy. They do join in with the boy toy, sexy boy stuff when he comes out now, you know? But that is a really good point. They never used to do it back in the day. Anything sort of like pre-Attitude Era. I feel like the crowd woke up in the Attitude Era. It's like in the Attitude Era, the crowd realized they could be part of the show. Before that, it was just like, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember any chants. Was there any chant? When was the very first chant in WWE? I don't remember a Let's Go Hogan. Hogan sucks. Right? I don't even remember a Hogan. There must have been a USA. There must have been a USA. USA. There must have been that. Definitely. Yeah, but... yeah, that's really interesting. The history of chants. Wonder what it was. Days, you should definitely audition for Britain's Got Talent. Kim, I would if I just had some talent. But maybe now I do. Maybe this tip from Mitchell is going to unlock my talent. Let's go. Stone Cold's "What" is the most famous chant, says yeah, but what about pre-Attitude Era? The fans used to chant DDT. Ah, yes, they did. You're right. DDT. They always wanted that, didn't they? DDT was super over. Super over. That's a really good shout. That's a really good shout. I would have to go back and watch Iron Sheik against Hulk Hogan from '84 to see if there was USA chants or see what the crowd were doing. They're probably just cheering though. And then I'd be interested in Sergeant Slaughter and Greg the Hammer Valentine. To see if there was any US chant. I feel like USA is I feel like that would probably be the chant. It would not be "This is awesome." That was not a thing. And it wasn't going to be "What." And they weren't "Yesing." And they weren't "Fight Forever." Imagine that if you go back to like 1972 and just randomly there's a "Fight Forever." Fight forever. This is awesome. What if you went back to 1972 and you're watching like Bruno Sammartino and in the crowd someone's like, "Whoa." They'd be like, time travel? Time travel is real? If I could find a way of going back in time, I would do that. Just to mess with you all. I would go back in time to the 1920s. 1920s, when like all the action is like juttery. And you can't really make it out, but all you would just hear is me going, oh. And then I'd come back to modern day, I would clip it, I'd put it on Twitter, and I'd be like, guys, look what I just found. This guy was doing Seth's song in the 1920s. And then it would blow up and it would trend and I'd be super popular. But that's just a dream. Right, here we go then. Final part of the show, 6 minutes. I think Shin joins Judgment Day, says Michael. Causes Seth to lose his belt to Priest. If you die, you should be cremated or put in a casket. One of the two cats does a poo-poo. Ojiko, shout out to you. What if the swerve is Finn and Nakamura join forces, says Chill Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you imagine Finn, Nakamura, and maybe JD McDonough as a new group? Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick with joy. I'm gonna actually throw up because I'm so happy at that thought. Oh my god, that's amazing. That is amazing. Do you know what? That would be even better than me going back to the 1920s and singing Seth Rollins' song and then coming back and then put it on Twitter. It'd be better than that. Cody is with Finn. Oh, he was looking for a crossroads. He can't get it. 5 minutes to go. How's this going to go? Oh, Cody gets planted. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Crouch chanted started in the 80s. Actual chants just... not actual chants, but just wrestler names, says Dark Angel. Really? 1980s? Like Hogan, 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 Hogan. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Forearm strike there by Seth. Clothesline by Finn. Crossroads. Oh, Damien nails Cody. Oh, now Seth. Sammy with his arm bandaged. Oh my god, it's all happening. Oh! Briefcase is down. It's going to be a crossroads. Crossroads. Cody 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, I don't mind them winning, but where's Shinsuke? Come on, Shinsuke. Make me happy. Still 3 minutes to go. Amazon. Everybody wants to know. Cody. Come on, Shin. Go on. So he's got his arm all bandaged, Sammy. That Sammy jumping through the crowds, nailing Damian Priest from behind. Super kick by Seth, which led to the crossroads. Porky Pig, shout out to you. New album on the way soon, buds. New album on the way soon. Right, we got all of them in the ring. 4 in the ring, 4 on the outsides. Are we just going to end? Now Damien's staring at Finn. It is true, isn't it? I mean, Damien nailed. Oh, now we got a bit of bickering. Seth and Cody are arguing. Sammy's trying to keep the peace. I like seeing Sammy involved in this. I like seeing Sammy in there with Cody and Seth. Okay, they've got onto the same page. Shinsuke, I'm watching you, Shin. I'm watching you. Oh, he's not celebrating. He goes, bang! There it is! Yes! Yes! Shin with a Kinshasa! Shin with a Kinshasa! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! I want this feud! I want this feud! I want this for him! Yes! He's been on the subs bench. He's been on the reserve bench for far too long. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's Shinsuke time. Ah, love it. Do you know what? That show. Bang. Oh, so good. So good. This show, I've really grown to love it. As it's gone longer and longer and there's been more talking points, I've really grown to love this episode of Raw. Started off really slow, really, like the first hour, I get it. People weren't into it and I get it. I understand. But it got really good, man. There were so many talking points, so much stuff. And that little thing from Shinsuke at the end, oh, God, I love it. I love it. So shocking, said Dark Angel. Dark Angel is shocked. Dark Angel is rocked. Yeah, man. 7.5 out of 10, said Christopher. Yeah, feel free to put in your thoughts. What you thought about it. What I'll do is I'll actually put a poll. I said this before. I wanna try recording these now. I want to keep them. I want to be able to refer to them. So I am gonna I won't put the poll up here, but I'll put it on the channel, and I'll put it on the channel. Can I put it up now? I can't come off this page. I will put it up now. Let's go. Will this work? It's all right. I've got like 3 windows open. I'm getting myself a little bit in a tiz. I'm getting myself in a little tiz, but I sorted it now. So I'm putting the poll up on the actual channel. Raw poll. So you can vote. What did you score this week's Raw? Rhymes. What did you score this week's Raw? Was it a 5 out of 5 all-time episodes? Was it a 4 out of 5 great? Was it a 3 out of 5? It was good. It was good. 2 out of 5, it was okay. Okay. Average, okay. Or is it a 1? Bad, trash, garbage. Hated it. I've gone to bed crying. Can't believe it. Why have they done this to me? Right, it's on the channel now. Imagine the sing-alongs if the big boss man or $1 million man were around with hard times and money chants. Oh man, I'll be belting out the big boss man one. If you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia. The crowd wasn't all there. Well, that's a bit rude. I'm sure they're good people. Does Shin win or does Seth win? I am gonna say that. God, I don't know. I really don't mind Shin winning. I really don't mind Shin winning. I love it. I love it. We've got a new direction for Seth. We haven't got an answer as to what's next for Cody, though. We don't know what's next for Cody. But that's all right. We've got a juicy feud here between Shin and Seth. Definitely up for that. I thought it was a great show. I went mad when Shin did that because I really wanted it to happen, said My Phenomenal Figures. Yeah, I'm right there with you as well, but I loved it. I loved it. It's one that, even though we'd spoke about it and people had brought it up in the chat, before this show started, did not have that in mind. I was not expecting Shinsuke and Seth to be the next feuds. So even if like during the show it's felt like it's going that way and all that kind of stuff, the fact that we've ended the show and that's where we are, damn man, you gotta take that. You gotta take that all day long, twice on a Sunday. Super, super excited. Right, well, I'm going to wrap it up and start working on the recap video. Don't forget, a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. Really, really appreciate it. We're here every week for Raw. We're back tomorrow for NXT as well. We're back on Wednesday for AEW Dynamite, and we're back on Friday for SmackDown. So we've got all of that stuff coming up on the channel. There is another figure video. It's going to be the worst 20 elite figures on Thursday. We dropped the defining moments one earlier. Toy Hunt was yesterday. We got the worst figures coming up on Thursday. I'm going to go off and do the recap of this show as well, so that'll be coming up in a bit on the channel. And I don't know what we're doing on Saturday. I want to do the Joshua fight, but I don't know who he's fighting anymore because it got cancelled. But yeah, listen, I thought, as we said, a little bit slow to start, but I think once we got into that second hour and towards the halfway point, I think we started moving, and that second part of the show, I loved it. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it. That second part of the show, I think there's like loads that's going on and some really good opportunities for people that I've long wanted to see get opportunity. Shayna Baszler has waited a long time for this sort of a spotlight. Shinsuke has waited a long time for this sort of a spotlight. Chad Gable has waited a long time for this sort of a spotlight. We're starting to see people getting opportunity that maybe has not been presented to them many times in the past. So I'm just really excited for all those people to be getting this kind of an opportunity. And yeah, I'm buzzing, man. I really enjoyed it. I think the first hour, I'm right there with you, was dull. I was really worrying, certainly when they made that main event. But then, as we said, everything we got like from the second hour and third hour, I think there was some really good stuff there. So awesome. Get your votes on that poll that's on the channel, and we'll see what that score comes out at. Feel free to leave a comment on that as well if you want to. And as I said, if you want to send your thoughts and be on the podcast we do, which has got its own channel, Wrestling Escape Pods, send it over to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. I'll collect all that tomorrow, put it into the episodes. We go live at 6 Eastern, 11 o'clock UK time. We're going to be talking SummerSlam, going to be talking Raw, going to be talking about the way forward for all of this, getting your thoughts as well, jumping into the live chat, seeing what the live comments are. So we'll get all that done tomorrow as well. So I'm a busy boy, man. I'm a busy boy. But what's your final score? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm in the sevens. It might even be a 7. I don't know if 7.5 is too high because of that first hour. Like, there's a whole hour there, which if it did one, I wouldn't be bothered. That whole first hour, like, not bothered. So really, it's the second and the third hours. But I mean, I went from being like a 5.5 to now definitely being in the sevens. I feel like maybe a 7.25 would be fair in the end if I take that first hour into account. But I really loved the Shin moment. And the Sammy injury looked really brutal. Shayna with the black eye as well. Seeing Chad get his Chad with his kids. Oh! Yeah, man, there was some good stuff here. Some good stuff, so... But, you know, level-headed. Let's not get carried away. This ain't 10 out of 10 or anything like that. But I think where we were at the halfway point to where we finished up, I think you got to take that as a dub. I think you got to take that as a result. And I feel good. I feel enthused. I feel excited. Yeah, lovely. Right, I'm off. Appreciate the support as always, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.